It is 6:54 a.m. in Starbase, Texas, a gorgeous sunrise, and Starship is targeting liftoff in just 30 minutes and 18 seconds from now at 7:25 a.m. Central Time. As you can see, it is a beautiful day in South Texas for the 5th flight test of Starship. Good morning, Star people. I'm Kate Tice.
And I'm Jesse Anderson, and we are joining you live from SpaceX Hawthorne with a big crowd here this morning. It's been roughly 4 months since our last Starship flight, and we've got a big morning ahead of us.
Flight 5, has a few primary objectives and one big first. We may be attempting to catch the Super Heavy booster. The teams at Starbase have been hard at work around the clock upgrading hardware across the entire tower with focus on the chopsticks, the 2 mechanical arms that will reach out and catch the returning booster. We're only going to attempt the catch if everything on the booster and tower checks out after launch, but either way, excitement is definitely guaranteed.
Definitely. Today's Starship features a completely reworked heat shield with stronger tiles and a secondary layer, which is an extra layer of protection for the ship that will protect from any of the that will help protect if there's any missing or damaged tiles. Now, not only did we replace the entire heat shield with our newest generation of stronger tiles for today's flight, we'll also be flying a handful of aluminum tiles that are there to help the team understand the thermodynamic environment during re-entry. If you were with us for Flight 4, you'll know how hard those heat shield tiles worked during the ship's re-entry.
Did they ever? As you can see there, they worked incredibly hard. This big heat shield rework that we're talking about promises to increase the likelihood of Starship being better protected during controlled re-entry as it heads towards its flip maneuver and landing burn for a soft splashdown on target in the Indian Ocean, just like we did in Flight 4. And we'll have to wait and see, keep your fingers crossed, but we may have some new views in store for you today as well.
Right, like all test flights, we want to learn as much as possible, and views of Starship during all phases of flight help us to keep improving the vehicle for recovery and reuse.
Now, thinking forward to when Starship is flying regularly, it will take the heaviest payloads to space, land humans on the moon again after more than half a century, and ultimately fly people further into space than ever before. And getting there will require us to rapidly iterate and fly often, which is why we're working so hard to scale operations at Starbase.
Yeah, the faster that we learn now, the faster we can improve and evolve Starship to achieve reliable flights and rapid reusability. We've been designing this vehicle from day one to realize a vision of having an entire city of people on Mars, something we know will take launching millions of pounds of cargo and equipment into space spread across thousands of flights. This future will require many Starships that can fly again and again, and today's flight is a critical step on that path.
So buckle up your seatbelts because here we go. The moon and Mars are not nearly as far in the future as you may think. In fact, we're planning to send Starships to Mars as soon as 2026.
You might be familiar with the Starlink logo, and there you can see it on your screen. It's an iconic representation of the Mars transfer orbit, also called the Hohmann transfer orbit. This is how fundamental Mars is to SpaceX. This transfer window, or a time when the Earth and Mars are the closest to each other, opens every 26 months and is only open for about 2 to 3 months at a time for a vehicle with Starship's power. And it just so happens that the next Mars transfer window opens in 2 years towards the end of 2026.
Yeah, lining up a launch to Mars is similar to how we launched to the International Space Station, where we time launches to match the station's orbit. If we didn't do this, we'd need more propellant and more time to get there.
Exactly. So the first opportunity that we have to fly Starships to Mars, we plan on doing it. These first flights to Mars will be uncrewed and will test the reliability of landing intact. If those landings go well, the first crewed flights will follow soon after.
So it's safe to say it's all happening, and flights like today's are what's going to get us there. Not only have we made several improvements to the Starship flying today based on what we've learned from our last flight, including extensive upgrades to Starship's hardware and software, we've also made improvements to the launch tower and catch mechanisms.
And if you've noticed in some of the live views this morning, our teams have completed stacking the second launch tower, which will be coming online next year. Having 2 operational launch towers paired with ships and boosters rolling off the line in our new Star Factory will allow us to increase our flight cadence and test even more rapidly. And just a few miles away from the 2 towers, things are moving really fast at the heart of Starbase. Star Factory is rapidly coming online, with production teams already using the space as construction continues. The 1 million square foot Star Factory brings many parts of the manufacturing process under one roof for the first time, enabling moving as much system integration work as possible earlier in the build process, with the goal of eventually producing hundreds of Starships a year.
That's crazy. It's such an impressive building. So, for example, teams can assemble an entire nose cone structure of a ship into a single piece and work on its internal systems all in one place. So if you're working on Starship and you have a question about the steps that you're working that happen before or after yours, instead of having to leave the building and go and find the person or the team with the answer, or waste time sending an email and waiting for their response, odds are you're right next to that person or team, and now you're working right alongside them, so you don't have to wait for a response.
Yeah, exactly. It makes it a lot more efficient and faster to communicate. So not only are we rapidly iterating on these spacecraft themselves, but we're also innovating the way that they're made.
It's almost too much to keep up with.
We're also posting updates on our account on X. If you can't keep up, that'll help you. So if you don't already, make sure that you follow us at SpaceX on X. And I have a feeling it's going to get pretty busy.
Oh, that is definitely an understatement.
And it's definitely going to be very exciting today. So with that, let's meet today's Starship on the pad. Starship features 2 major parts: the ship, which has 6 Raptor engines, and the Super Heavy booster, which has 33 Raptor engines. The current iteration of Starship is essentially an experimental vehicle flying for development. With a few planned upgrades, Starship will have 3 times the thrust of Saturn V, plus the added benefit of full reusability. Starship 2 will be capable of carrying more than 100 tons to orbit, and Starship 3 will be able to lift more than 200 tons to orbit. The amount of mass we're able to launch per rocket is crucial to creating a self-sustaining city on Mars.
Now, to get a sense of how big Starship is, let's start with the average size human, which is about 2 meters high. Towering over our average human is the length of the Millennium Falcon, which comes in at 35 meters. Our Falcon 9 rocket, with the payload fairing attached, is double the size of the Millennium Falcon, standing at 70 meters. And nearly twice the size of that is the fully integrated Starship at 121 meters tall. The ship itself is about 50 meters tall, and the Super Heavy booster alone stands about 71 meters. And even crazier, eventually the ship and booster will get even taller with future design iterations.
Can't imagine it being taller than that. Starship's first stage has a diameter of roughly 2.5 times that of Falcon 9, and with 33 much larger Raptor engines, which you can see there on your screen. Moving up the vehicle, the ship features 6 Raptors, 3 sea-level engines, and 3 vacuum engines, which are optimized to operate in the vacuum of space. The ship is designed for vertical takeoff and landing on any hard surface, like the surface of the moon. The ship is also outfitted with 4 flaps to help aerodynamically control the vehicle's attitude during atmospheric flight and enable a precision landing.
To reach full reusability, ship must survive entry not just once, but over and over again. It took the teams at SpaceX about 3 years to develop the heat shield on Starship, and development for improvements is still ongoing. The ship's heat shield is composed of 18,000 hexagonal ceramic tiles designed to insulate the vehicle during atmospheric entry, where temperatures can be as high as 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit. And naturally, the tiles are designed for rapid reuse with no refurbishment between flights. As we mentioned earlier, today's Starship features a completely reworked heat shield with stronger tiles and a secondary protective layer. This promises to increase our chances of Starship making it through a controlled re-entry, and hopefully a little more intact this time around. And in between our first and second stages is our hot stage, which we last saw in action on flights 2, 3, and 4. Speaking of, let's take a trip back in time and talk about that last flight. On June 6th, Starship successfully lifted off at 7:50 a.m. Central Time from Starbase, Texas, cleared the launch tower, and went on to accomplish several major milestones and firsts. As you can see there, Super Heavy booster lifted off successfully and completed a full duration ascent burn. I love the view of the sound waves there. Following separation, Super Heavy booster successfully completed its flip maneuver, boostback burn as well to send it toward the splashdown zone, and it also jettisoned the hot stage adapter, as you can see there. We don't have to jettison that adapter in future iterations because it'll be a different design. Now, as you can see here, the booster is returning back to Earth using those hypersonic grid fins to steer it towards a precise landing in the Gulf of Mexico. The footage that we have coming up here, there it is from the buoy. I still remember seeing this on X for the first time, and it was so incredible to see that booster coming down, ending its flight with a soft splashdown 7 minutes and 24 seconds into the flight, and the crowd went wild.
And so did we. Starship's 6 second-stage Raptor engine successfully powered the vehicle to space and placed it on a trajectory that would re-enter less than 1 orbit later over the Indian Ocean. And following a coast phase in space, Starship re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, successfully making it through the phases of peak heating and max aerodynamic pressure, and demonstrating the ability to control the vehicle using its flaps while descending through the atmosphere at hypersonic speeds. And of course, Starlink on Starship once again enabled real-time telemetry and live high-definition video throughout every phase of entry, with external cameras providing views all the way to the flight's conclusion.
Flight 4 ended with Starship, with, again, the crowd going bonkers, with Starship igniting its 3 center Raptor engines and executing the first flip maneuver and landing burn that we had seen since our high-altitude campaign. And that was followed by a soft splashdown of the ship in the Indian Ocean 1 hour and 6 minutes later.
And we were all glued to the monitors, watching the little flap that could the whole way down. Seeing the landing burn and splashdown was an incredible moment for the entire SpaceX team, and we'll be looking out for many more of these incredible moments today.
All right, so while today's mission profile is similar to Flight 4, we got a couple new test objectives, including catching the booster back at the launch tower.
In about 18 minutes from now, Super Heavy will ignite its 33 Raptor engines and lift off from Starbase. A little more than 2.5 minutes into flight, the Super Heavy booster will separate from the ship in a hot stage separation. After that separation, the booster will perform a flip maneuver followed by a boostback burn. And about 2 seconds after that burn ends, we'll jettison the booster's hot stage. As it heads back towards the ground, the booster will either attempt a landing, will have a landing burn, but then will either return to the tower or splashing down in the Gulf of Mexico.
Meanwhile, the ship's engines will remain lit for just under 6 minutes during its ascent phase before shutting down for the coast. The ship will coast for about 40 minutes or so, reaching a peak altitude of about 213 kilometers. After that coast phase, the ship will be attempting a controlled re-entry, including a flip maneuver and landing burn, like we saw on Flight 4, just before splashing down in the Indian Ocean. Now, we say attempting because, again, this is just a test and nothing is guaranteed.
Except excitement.
Well, of course there is that. Now, both the booster and ship have to contend with some extreme conditions on re-entry, which is where those heat shield tiles will be put to the test.
For this flight test, we do not expect to recover any hardware from the ship. With the exception of Falcon, this is no different than what happens to most rockets flying today that are expended, meaning that they fall into the ocean after completing their mission. Eventually, we will return and reuse Super Heavy boosters and Starships as we do today with Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy boosters. And in fact, we've landed Falcon boosters 352 times to date.
Oh, man, I hear you say that number, and that is just wild. I still remember the night, or at least most of the night, that Falcon landed for the first time, and it still feels like yesterday.
Yeah, definitely one of my favorite moments at SpaceX. And returning Super Heavy promises to be an even more impressive sight and a huge moment on the road to rapid reusability.
Yeah, speaking of rapid reusability, future Starship designs will give Super Heavy boosters a lighter weight and integrated hot stage intended for full reusability, which will mitigate the need to jettison the hot stage like we'll do today. Similarly, even though ship recovery is not expected, the telemetry and data we receive all the way to the end is what we're what we're looking for, and is what will get us to a rapidly reusable Starship of the future.
Yeah, exactly. In other words, just like previous Starship flights, the payload for this mission is the data. All right. Now that we have a handle on today's flight test, let's check in with Dan, who is right in the middle of the action. He's just a few kilometers from Starship on the pad. How's it going, Dan?
It's going great, Jesse. Welcome back to Starbase, everybody. It's been far too long. Little change of scenery this time. Right behind me is the Launch Control Center, where our flight controllers are counting down to our liftoff at 7:25 a.m. Central. We are a little bit later in our window. The main reason is we're working to clear out the range. Have not been tracking any technical issues so far to preclude that launch. So 7:25 a.m. Central, 12:25 UTC is what we're marching down to. As you can see, we're actively loading propellants onboard Super Heavy and Starship. Liquid methane for your fuel, liquid oxygen for the oxidizer. Prop load on the ship started at about T-minus 49 minutes, booster at T-minus 40 minutes. We're going to keep loading propellants on those vehicles right down to the wire. Ship will close out at about 3 minutes and 20 seconds before T0, and then booster just about 30 seconds later. Now, with our startup sequence, it's going to look very similar to what you saw on Flight 4. We already tested it with this booster and its static fire. We're going to see the Raptors start to make fire at about T-minus 3 seconds, and then we'll start them up in 3 different banks. The first inner 13 will fire, and then about a second later, 15 of the outer ring engines, and then about 0.8 of a second after that, those final 5. Another reminder, if we need to hold, we have a built-in spot at T-minus 40 seconds. We can hold for stuff like if we need to finish clearing the range or if any other technical issues pop up, just kind of in the last second. But if there's nothing holding us back, we're going to go right past that and go down to 0. So, I mean, as of right now, we're just under 14 minutes away from liftoff, not working any technical issues. Range is expected to clear. We're just clearing out a few more boats. And as you can see, the weather is perfect. We had 100% go for launch from the weather officer, so that was pretty unprecedented and something we really like to hear. If we're not able to go today, since we are loading prop, it would likely be about 48 hours before our next attempt. But good thing we're going to launch today. Really looking forward to being able to turn around and see it this time. Counting down to 7:25 a.m. Central, and I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. I'll send it back to you in Hawthorne.
Thanks, Dan. Now, one of the most exciting objectives for Flight 5 today is attempting to return the booster to the launch site that you see right there, and it will be caught by the tower. We refer to this simply as booster catch.
As you've heard us say, Starship and Super Heavy are designed to be rapidly reused, which is why we've developed a novel way of returning the vehicles that leverages the same hardware we use for stacking ahead of flight.
Right now, when we recover our Falcon boosters, they either return to a separate landing zone on land or to a drone ship in the ocean, both of which require time to transport the vehicle back to the launch site. In order for us to achieve truly rapid reusability, we need a quicker turnaround. And you can't get much faster than returning the launch vehicle right back to the launch site where it needs to be in order to launch again.
For today's booster catch attempt, while there are thousands of criteria that need to be met, there are 3 primary gates that will be in play. In order to proceed, automated checks have to indicate we have a healthy booster and a healthy tower, and the flight director must issue a manual command, which is informed by manual checks from the flight control team. If this command is not sent prior to the completion of the boostback burn, or if automated health checks show unacceptable conditions with Super Heavy or the tower, the booster will default to a trajectory that takes it to a landing burn and soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico.
Now, thinking to the future when we're operational, after a booster returns to the launch tower, it will be inspected and reloaded with propellants and then ready to launch another ship to orbit. For today's test, however, we're only going to attempt the catch, like Jesse said, if everything on the booster and tower checks out after launch. And of course, we will let you know as soon as we know if it's a go. And we're going to be listening very keenly for that call out. Now, as always, we accept no compromises when it comes to the safety of the public and our team. So to that end, the area all around the pad and the flight path are cleared well in advance.
Exactly. A lot of things have to go right in order to line up the booster catch. So don't be surprised if we don't attempt the catch today. Either way, today's flight will generate data that will continue to inform our future flights and help us get to that operational cadence.
Yeah. Oh, you can't forget what else it will generate.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I mean, I was going to say a sonic boom.
Oh, I was going to say excitement, but that's a really good reminder.
Now, if we do make it to a catch attempt today, Super Heavy may generate a sonic boom upon its return. And that's basically a brief thunder-like noise that we hear when an aircraft or other object travels faster than the speed of sound. Anyone that has been in the area for a Falcon 9 land landing in Florida or California, or even some space shuttle landings, may have heard one of these.
Generally, the only impact in those surrounding areas of a sonic boom is the brief noise, with variables like weather and distance impacting if or how the sonic boom is heard. Here's a brief look at how these sonic booms look and sound on Falcon.
I know a lot of people will be excited when they hear the sonic boom.
And these are going to provide quite a show because you're going to hear those sonic booms.
Sonic boom is great for us.
That thunderclap broke the sound barrier.
Side booster separation confirmed.
Just heard the 2 sonic booms here in the room.
Booster landing confirmed.
As our test flights continue, we plan to demonstrate ship-to-ship propellant transfer, which will be important in preparation for Starship taking astronauts to the moon as part of NASA's Artemis program. SpaceX will perform one uncrewed demonstration flight before NASA's Artemis 3 mission, which will be the first human surface expedition since 1972. Also, in preparation for missions to the moon and Mars, we're gaining tons of knowledge from our human spaceflight missions, including free flyer flights like our recent commercial astronaut mission, Polaris Dawn.
Polaris Dawn was the first of up to 3 missions in the Polaris program, which is demonstrating new technologies, conducting extensive research, and will culminate in a flight of Starship with humans on board.
After nearly 5 days in orbit, Dragon and the 4-person Polaris Dawn crew safely splashed down on September 15th off the coast of Florida, completing the first human spaceflight mission of the Polaris program. The Polaris Dawn crew performed some incredible firsts during their mission. Dragon and the crew reached 1,408.1 kilometers, the highest Earth orbit ever flown, and the farthest humans have been from our planet since the Apollo program.
The crew also performed the first ever commercial EVA, or extravehicular activity. And as you can see there, they were wearing the new EVA suits that we developed here in-house. This was an incredible moment to see Jared and then later Sarah emerge and perform this EVA with Earth behind. Now, in addition to this incredible spacewalk, they also conducted about 36 research studies and experiments from 31 partner institutions, including NASA. And in addition to all of that, they also tested Starlink laser-based communications in space. The data gathered from Polaris Dawn missions is invaluable, much like the data that we're going to see after today's flight test of Starship. So we're coming down to T-minus about 7 minutes. Let's check in with Dan.
Hey, thanks, Kate. So yeah, we're right at about 7 minutes away from launch. The main thing we are still working is that range clear. Again, we have to make sure boats, airspace, everything is cleared out of the way for our ascent corridor, basically the Gulf of Mexico, where we're launching through before we can actually launch. And so we're working on clearing out just a few more boats. We do have a window, remember. So if we end up holding at like a T-minus 40 seconds, we can hold for several minutes, allow those boats to get out of the way, and then we can launch. Our window is from 7 to 7:30 Central, so we don't have a huge amount of time today, but we do have some margin if we need to work with it to still get off the ground today. For now, though, we're coming up on finishing prop load on both vehicles. Header tanks are pretty much topped out on the ship. Those are going to be used for its landing burn. And again, we're going to be closing out all of the prop load at about T-minus 3 minutes, 20 seconds for the ship, and then just 30 seconds later for booster. One kind of cool thing to talk about, so the folks in launch control behind me, after liftoff, they're going to have some pretty special tasks today if we're going to go through with the catch. They're going to be doing some really detailed inspections just visually of all of the different tower systems, a lot of those things that we upgraded, just to make sure that we are in the right posture to actually proceed with the catch. So they'll be working kind of fast and furious behind the scenes to inform the flight director's manual command to send the booster back. So if we hear that command being sent, that's going to be just, the roof's going to come off. That's going to be a really exciting moment. So otherwise, if we don't go today, as you guys talked about, there is a chance. And if we don't send the booster back, we'll do a landing burn and a splashdown in the Gulf. And then that's just another landing burn to gather more data, learn more lessons from, and then we'll come back and try the catch again on the next one. But as of right now, we're coming up on 5 minutes. There is a chance that we'll hold or extend into the end of our window, so don't be surprised if that ends up happening. But if those boats do get out of the way, we are just about 5 minutes away from launch. So I'll check back in just a moment, but back over to you, Kate and Jesse.
Thanks, Dan. Our rapid iterative development approach has been the basis for all of SpaceX's major innovative advancements, including Falcon, Dragon, and Starlink. Today, we're testing hardware and systems, and we need to know how they perform under the most extreme conditions. We'd much rather find the bugs now during testing than later on when there's more on the line. And to reiterate, while we do determine an acceptable level of technical risk on our vehicle and pad in order to learn as fast as possible, we accept no compromises when it comes to the safety of the public or our team. So that is to say, this is only the 5th of many future flight tests of Starship before it becomes fully operational.
You might remember the Starlink panels that are incorporated into Starship, and you can see them there on your screen, those rectangular panels on Starship's nose cone. Starlink brings us the epic views in space and on re-entry, and also helps deliver us the critical flight data engineers need to continue development. In addition to enabling our rapid iteration on Starship, Starlink is also enabling life-saving communication here on Earth. SpaceX is sending tens of thousands of Starlink kits in response to Hurricanes Helene and Milton, and providing free service through the end of the year to support recovery efforts. The Starlink team also worked with T-Mobile to activate our direct-to-cell satellites to provide basic texting on T-Mobile and emergency alerts for all phones and carriers of those in affected areas. If a phone connects to a Starlink satellite, it will have 1 to 2 bars of signal and show T-Mobile SpaceX in the network name. SpaceX's direct-to-cell constellation has not been fully deployed, so these services are being delivered on a best-effort basis.
Starlink is enabling life-saving communication here on Earth and continues to help us push the limits in space. In the short term, by providing great views and real-time data on our next few flights, particularly through re-entry, which historically is a blackout period for all communications.
All right, so we're coming up on 2 minutes, 30 seconds away from launch. We were hearing like there was a pretty good chance we were going to hold at T-minus 40 seconds, but surprise, now it sounds like we might not be. So we are just a little over 2 minutes away, so a couple more things going to be happening. We did just close out our propellant load on the ship and the booster, so 10 million pounds of propellant on that vehicle on the pad here at Starbase, getting ready to go. We're going to start clearing out all of the lines that are basically pushing all of that propellant to the vehicles. Those get cleaned out or cleared out on the ground before we lift off. We're doing some final checks on the vehicle, the thrust vector control that we're going to use to steer it, as well as the guidance system doing its final alignment, just a lot of our final checkouts. But we are starting to hear that it looks like the range is going to be clear at our liftoff time of 7:25 a.m. Central, 12:25 UTC. So that puts us 1 minute, 20 seconds away from launch. Still not tracking any technical issues. That range clear is the only thing that's been potentially poking at our launch. So I'm going to start to quiet down. We'll hear our flight director for today, Tristan Pierce, give some of the final call outs. As of right now, we are 1 minute away from liftoff.
Flight directors go for launch.
Best words you could possibly hear 20 seconds away from liftoff.
T-minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have liftoff.
Vehicles pitching downrange.
Booster after chamber pressure nominal.
"30 seconds into the flight, the rumble's just starting to reach us here at launch control.
Booster and ship, avionics power and telemetry nominal.
33 Raptor engines.
Max Q.
Now pass through the maximum aerodynamic pressure, the most stress the vehicle's going to see on the way uphill. All right, our next major milestone coming up, it's going to be hot staging. We're going to see the engines ignite on ship to push it away from the booster. All right, so hot staging is going to be the next thing coming up. First, we're going to see the booster's engines start to shut down, all but 3. We're going to do what's called most engines cut off instead of main engine cut off, because 3 are going to keep going, and then we're going to see the engines on ship ignite. Right now, the tower team is doing their go, no go. And we might hear some really good words soon, too. All right. Can still see it up behind me. That is one of the most gorgeous things I've ever seen in my entire life. Coming up on hot staging next.
Ship engine
There's
startup.
most engines cut off.
Stage separation.
Booster
Stage
boostback
separation.
startup.
Hot stage separation confirmed. Ship under its own power. I'm seeing 6 out of 6 Raptors lit. Hopefully I got a booster on the way back to me. I'm going to send it to you guys in Hawthorne.
Oh man, that was absolutely incredible. I loved how the crowd
Chamber pressure is nominal.
crowd here in Hawthorne all went ooh at that first view of the blue flames from the booster. As you can see there, first stage currently performing, or excuse me, is now making its way back to the launch site. Again, we are
Ship avionics power and telemetry nominal.
the booster and the tower are both performing automated checks to make sure we are go for the booster to return to the launch pad for that catch. And once those are complete, the flight director...
Booster boostback burn shutdown. Flight directors go for booster return.
And we did hear that the tower is go for catch. So that was one of the big criteria we were looking for.
This view
We'll
here.
wait to hear that the go for catch has been sent.
Beautiful view here from the ship.
And so exciting to hear that we got a go for booster catch. That means it's going to be a really exciting morning. Again, the booster is making its way back towards now land in order to make that catch attempt in the tower.
So incredible to see these views. You can see the ship on the right-hand side of your screen. All 6 Raptor engines are under full power. Once again, the booster is making its way back to the launch site. We are going to try and catch it using the chopsticks on the launch tower, the exact same tower that it just launched from just, 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, and the booster.
Starship on nominal
Guys,
trajectory.
I can confirm the command was sent for the booster to come back.
That is
So I'm
incredible
looking
news.
up right now. It's pretty much right overhead of us, and we can see it starting to come down.
I can't wait for us to hear the sonic boom through Dan's mic.
Right.
That is going to be incredible. It was so cool to hear the liftoff. And so once again, a successful on-time liftoff of Starship Flight 5. The ship has separated from the booster. The booster is there on your screen. It is making its way back to the launch site. We are going to attempt the catch using the chopsticks. We did hear the confirmation that the command was sent to the tower. We are go for catch.
And in order to...
And guys, we should just be about 30 seconds away from our landing burn. It's going to happen in 3 phases. We're going to land 13 engines, burn off all of that velocity. Oh, we can see it coming down through the plume.
Booster coming in hot for booster catch.
We're going to ignite 13 of those Raptor engines, and this view is incredible right now. You can see how fast this vehicle is moving on the left-hand screen.
Landing burn has
13
been
engines.
ignited. We're now down to 3 Raptor engines. We can see those chopsticks now in view.
Landing burn shutdown.
Megadilla has caught the booster.
This is absolutely insane. On the first ever attempt, we have successfully caught the Super Heavy booster back at the launch tower.
What an incredible view!
Are you kidding me?
Dan,
Wow.
I don't know about you, but we're losing our stuff up here.
Starship in terminal bed.
Guys, I'm sorry. Like, even in this day and age, what we just saw, that looked like magic. Wow.
Dan,
Wow.
your view must have been insane. We are still going wild over here over this.
Folks, this is a day for the engineering history books. This is a live view of the Super Heavy booster as it has just been successfully caught back at the very same launch tower that it just came from. Dan, I love this. You are reflecting exactly what everybody else here in Hawthorne, except maybe a little bit more because you got to see it with your own eyes.
How was that?
Ship
We
engine
got
cut
it.
off.
Well, I mean, I can't even describe that. Oh, by the way, ship, main engine cut off, ship's in orbit, but I am like shaking right now. That was...
Yeah, This is not,
Yeah,
I mean,
let's check in on ship.
it's hard to believe that.
Starship nominal orbit insertion.
All right, exciting news there. It's hard to believe that, booster isn't the only excitement that we have today. Just confirmation there. A gorgeous view of planet Earth behind the ship.
Safed.
And it is now in the orbit that we expected it to. This is just an incredible day. Live views there as the booster vents, some pressures there. That is a live view from the top of the tower looking at the chopsticks.
I am still in disbelief. I'm trying to catch my tears just like the chopsticks caught the booster. It has been nonstop since liftoff. And we are all so excited about everything that's been happening so far this morning. With the booster having completed its job for today, we are going to take a short break for the next 30 minutes. We'll return back at T plus 40 minutes while the ship continues to coast before re-entry.
Oh, man. And as with previous flights, Starlink may actually enable us to talk with the ship through re-entry with no communication blackout. We, of course, are still testing Starlink during this phase of flight, so nothing is certain. But if we do have views, we'll be sure to bring those to you live.
Views or no views, we'll see you back here at T plus 40 minutes for coverage of Starship's re-entry, flip maneuver, landing burn, and splashdown. Welcome back to Starship's 5th flight test. It has been an exciting day so far. Even the crowd here is still so excited. We lifted off from Starbase at 7:25 a.m. Central Time. The Super Heavy booster and ship had a successful separation, as well as a good boostback burn and good separation of the hot stage adapter. The Super Heavy booster then completed the landing burn with 13 Raptor engines igniting and slowing down the vehicle perfectly for Mechazilla to catch the Super Heavy booster for the first ever land recovery of the vehicle.
Now, it is insane to think that we're not done yet. We still have, in about 48 minutes, the ship will re-enter. All the flaps that will today, not that could. The ship will re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. Now, as a reminder, one of the main goals of today's test flight is for the ship to make it through the extreme heat of re-entry and to do so in a controlled manner. We learned a lot about this phase during Flight 4 and, as a result, completely reworked the heat shield, but more on all that in just a minute. Now, re-entry is typically a portion of flight where we don't have communications with the spacecraft because re-entering, it'll be re-entering at about 8 kilometers per second, or about 5 miles per second of roughly orbital velocity. Now, those speeds, the spacecraft moving through the atmosphere results in friction and creates a plasma field around the vehicle. We saw this in action on Flight 4 thanks to Starlink, and wow, it was breathtaking. The blanket of plasma ends up distorting communication frequencies, so it's not uncommon to experience brief blackouts in communication, but hopefully that's not the case today.
And Kate, that's where Starlink has just kind of been just the unsung hero and the MVP of this test campaign. I mean, it's able to give us data, not just awesome video, but also data in real time as we're going through reentry. I mean, this is something that throughout the history of spaceflight just hasn't been possible. And this is an environment that is so unforgiving, so hard to model, so hard to understand. And for the first time ever, we're able to literally watch as it unfolds in real time, get that data in real time. And we're able to do that with Starlink. And it's great for us because we get to see something. We get to see the greatest light show on the planet or off the planet. But what it means for this program, we're able to learn tremendous amounts about our heat shield, our angle of attack, everything that we're doing as we're coming in through the atmosphere at hypersonic speeds. And it's you can't just thank it enough. And also, special shout out, you're going to see some additional flap camera views. We've got a really amazing team of avionics, cameras, electronics, software people who made all that possible. And so hopefully they're going to give us an even better show on the way in today as we're coming in at about 5 times the speed of sound.
Yeah, those flaps, Dan, that you see there, that's what's helping.
Starship is in a good attitude for entry, approaching the entry interface.
And some good call-outs there, preparing for re-entry for Starship. And again, that's what Dan was mentioning, those flaps on the vehicle. And if you've been watching us for the last few minutes, you could see that the flaps were rotating around and helping orient the vehicle as it prepares for the beginning of re-entry today.
Yeah, exactly. Re-entry will be enabled by that heat shield that you see on the bottom half. That heat shield is made up of 18,000 hexagonal ceramic tiles, and they are designed to insulate the vehicle during atmospheric entry. At that point in time, temperatures can be as high as 26,000 degrees Fahrenheit or about 1,400 degrees Celsius. The design itself also permits for rapid reuse with no refurbishment between the flights. And fun fact that I think is just incredible in terms of scale, but the heat shield alone on the ship has a total mass of 10.5 tons, which is crazy because these things are really lightweight. They're made out of ceramic. We have a couple of them here. The one that I'm holding is used on flat surfaces, as let's see if we go that way, because as it's flat. The one that Jesse has is kind of more what you see there on the side.
Yeah, exactly. And having these different shapes, the flat version and the curved version, allow us to cover a lot more of the surface area of the vehicle. Again, we need to protect every portion of it. So even those curved surfaces, and especially the hinge area, if you watched Flight 4, is really what we want to make sure that we protect. And yeah, Kate, these are very, very lightweight.
But when you put 18,000 of them together, they add up to 10.5 tons, which is incredible. Now, we did mention earlier that the heat shield has been completely reworked.
Starship has entered the atmosphere, remains on a nominal entry trajectory.
We can start to see that plasma now starting to build up on the side. It's not quite full plasma yet, but we are starting to see that color indicate that the heat is building up on the heat shield.
Yeah, this is such a cool sight to see because you really never really have gotten to see this live before Flight
4.
Yeah. And as Kate mentioned, it's getting a little more red, as you can see there on your screen. That means that heat is building up. But that's exactly what these heat shield tiles are there for, is to protect against this plasma and this really, really extreme heat that the vehicle is going to see for about the next 10 more minutes or so.
Yeah, so the ship will attempt to light the 3 center Raptor engines, and those are the engines that can gimbal or maneuver or point, and they do that to help flip the ship until the engines point down so that it can land using the Raptor's thrust in the ocean. So that will happen after we get through this re-entry period. Again, now starting to see, and we also might start to see the flaps actuate a little bit here as the vehicle controls its roll during re-entry. That was one of the main learning points from Flight 3, was the roll control didn't work quite as well as we wanted it to. We learned that we needed some redundancies, so we added more roll control thrusters, and we'll see those in action as well today, as that was a Flight 3 learning that worked better on Flight 4 and still enabling that same design today.
Yeah.
Starship has passed through 85 kilometers altitude. Flaps now have control of the vehicle.
Great call out, as Kate mentioned, the flaps are controlling the attitude of the vehicle. And I love these views because it looks so calm. Everything is relative, right? So relative to this camera on the ship, it looks so calm and smooth, but the vehicle is traveling extremely fast. You can see the speed on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Starship is designed to land on Mars where there are no runways or other humans to help out. So we also want rapid reusability. So we're doing propulsive landing instead of a more traditional means like parachutes. And so we will use the engines on this vehicle to help slow the vehicle down for a vertical landing.
Yeah. Now, entry is going to basically happen in 5 phases. The first is low drag, that lasts for about 3 minutes. Next is high heating, and that beginning when heating increases above the heat rate breakup limit. That lasts for about 10 minutes. We then have high dynamic pressure. Starship will continue to slow down and experience increased aerodynamic loads during that phase, and that will happen before reaching Mach 1, about a minute after.
Starship is approaching the peak heating phase of entry, remains on a nominal trajectory.
Okay, so that was phase 2 that he just called out, that I was mentioning. After peak heating is that dynamic pressure around Mach 1, and that will last about a minute after leaving the hypersonic area, and then we go into subsonic, and then, of course, landing burn. Wow, what an incredible view.
The colors are so amazing, and the colors actually also tell you a little bit about the temperature that the vehicle is seeing as well. So I think that's pretty cool that we get this amazing live visual.
Speaking of live visual, the flap, we have more views, more cameras on board Starship, as Dan mentioned a few minutes ago. We are hoping that all 4 flaps will stay more intact than they did last time. We did make some changes to the design in order to help enable
Starship
this.
is now experiencing peak heating, remains on a nominal entry trajectory.
Great news there that Starship is continuing along the path that we intended it to fly. You can keep track with how fast it's going and how high it is above Earth using the display that is there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen.
And guys, this is where we're really going to see a lot of those improvements from Flight 4 really come into action. Is you guys kind of talked about, so what's called the static arrow. Those are kind of the poke out points on the flaps. Those get exposed to some pretty extreme heat environments, and so we added some additional, basically made it a lot more robust for the thermal protection there. And we learned not just from visuals and stuff like that. We had those missing tile tests on Flight 4 where we intentionally left some out, kept in some backup layers. They're called ablatives, which means they just gradually melt away to help dissipate the heat. And we've got an entire layer of ablative underneath the tiles on this Starship today. So even if you get a gap in a tile or a tile is broken, anything like that, we've got essentially backup options. And what we're really trying to do today is do an on-target landing. As we lost the flaps, you lose a lot of your control, and so we didn't land right on target last flight. This time we're trying to really nail the target within just tens of meters, and that'll just be a really huge step on feeling like we're closer to bringing a ship back. Obviously, there's a lot of work before we get there, but we just caught a booster. We're going to start looking real soon at when we can catch a ship.
So the view on your left is as a helicopter passes by Dan, bound at Starbase. The view on your left is a camera that's positioned near the nose of the ship, looking basically down toward the flap. The view on the right is looking perpendicular to the flap. So we're looking basically bird's eye view onto the flap on the left-hand side, and then a worm's eye view from the side with that view on the right.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Maverick just buzzed the tower. He might be coming back, so.
Now, these views brought to us by Starlink. It's incredible that we have this high-definition capability. In fact, that view on the left...
Starship is now halfway through the peak heating phase of entry, remains on a good trajectory.
So great news there, hearing that we're about halfway through the peak heating phase. Like I said earlier, this lasts roughly 10-ish minutes. And we did hear earlier that the flaps have control of the vehicle, so also good news there. It is incredible that we've basically had views the entire time.
Right, yeah, thanks to Starlink.
My memory did black out a little bit after booster catch, so I think we had views. But all through the coast phase, we had some beautiful views of planet Earth behind the ship as it was in its orbit.
Yeah, and I also do want to point out on your right-hand screen, we've got a more encompassed view of the flap. As we watched in Flight 4, the hinge area was the area where we got a little bit of that burn through. This view, this new camera view on the ship, will help us be able to visually see more of what's happening in that area. And again, we have improved our heating tiles, and so hopefully we've protected the hinge a lot better this time.
Landing chill has started.
But again, these views are additional to the data that we get on these flight tests that help enable us kind of put the data that we get in the computer to the visuals that we see and try and align those and use that for improvements in the future.
Now, we heard a call out there saying that engine chill has begun. This is an indication that we are starting to flow a little bit of the super cold liquid oxygen through the hardware, through the Raptor engine, specifically the turbo pumps, to help ensure that the hardware is is at the right temperature before we give a full push, a full flow of propellant at engine startup. So all of that to say, we are getting closer to the landing burn.
We definitely are. And again, if you look at the bottom right hand of your screen, you can see the altitude that the ship is, and it has been slowly making its way closer and closer to Earth. We're currently at about 63 kilometers from planet Earth, and you'll see that number trend lower and lower as we get closer and continue through this reentry.
Yeah, this is going to go on for a little, actually a while longer. We have about 10 minutes or so, roughly, before we execute the landing, the ignition for the landing burn, starting with the landing flip. So we're making a controlled reentry. This is one of the primary objectives for Starship today, is to demonstrate another controlled reentry, even more controlled than what we saw on Flight 4. And so far, that is looking good.
And then as we start to really get lower, we're going to start seeing the atmosphere's effects start to take place, and that's when we'll be dropping our speed down closer to the speed of sound. You'll see the flaps start to maneuver. We were able to do a landing burn on Flight 4, which kind of caught all of us off guard. It was pretty incredible after seeing the flaps survive through. And we're going to try and do another one on this flight today. We tweaked it a little bit, so we're going to try and splash down at a little bit of a gentler angle this time, instead of just kind of hit the water and fall over. And the goal with that is try and keep the ship intact, and then if we're able to then get some additional video of it, again, that's just more data. And everything we can see, everything we can get extra, like a couple extra seconds or minutes of data coming from the ship after
Starship has
splashdown.
passed through the peak heating phase of flight, approaching maximum entry dynamic pressure.
All right, we're through peak heating. Coming up is basically max Q part 2, where we're going to hit kind of that part of the curve where we're still moving really fast and the atmosphere is just dense enough that we're feeling the most pressure, but hopefully we're going to start feeling a little bit less heat now.
Looks like we got more views of each of the flaps on the ship as it's making its way back down to Earth. And we did pass through peak heating and still got really good views throughout that whole period. Typically during the highest heat on the vehicle, we tend to build up a lot of plasma, and that's typically when we would lose connection or views of the vehicle. But again, with Starlink, we were able to get some live views throughout that entire process there.
And we're coming up, we'll start hearing a couple more milestones in about 4 minutes or so, when we start getting down to like the transonic, the subsonic, when we're starting to move closer to and beneath the speed of sound. And I mean, we're getting live views, we're getting live data. We've got a couple additional tests on this one today where we left off some missing tiles again to test some additional backup layers. We also have, I don't know if we can still quite see them in this view, but you may have noticed we had some kind of silvery looking tiles on Starship as well. And those were pretty much standard tiles, but they were wrapped in aluminum. And it was a pretty simplistic, straightforward one where aluminum starts to melt at roughly the same temperature where steel starts to lose its strength, not necessarily melt. And so if we see stuff melting, we know what our steel is going to be exposed to. But yeah, 59 minutes since launch, should be coming up on transonic and everything in just about 3 minutes.
Now the views here, we have coverage of all 4 flaps. We can see, so for those that perhaps didn't catch a glimpse of the vehicle before liftoff, there are 2 flaps at the forward end and 2 flaps at the aft end. the larger camera view that is there on the right-hand side of your screen, that is a view of one of the aft end or the bottom end flaps. We can start to see some heat buildup and peeking through on one of the flaps there in the top left-hand corner of your screen. Once again, Starship now at T+1 hour and 9 seconds into its flight today, re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. Currently about 45 kilometers above the surface of the Earth, now 44. We are targeting a soft splashdown in the Indian Ocean, about, northwest-ish of Australia. And we are attempting to, as we did on Flight 4, perform a flip maneuver as well as
Starship is at maximum entry dynamic pressure, remains on a good trajectory.
All right, so that is great news there. Like Dan said earlier, this is basically max Q part 2. So this is the greatest amount of aerodynamic loads that the vehicle will experience during its flight. It's coming back through the Earth's atmosphere. It was above the Earth's atmosphere in space where there was no friction. We can obviously see heat as evidence of that friction buildup. The atmosphere is actually helping to slow the vehicle down. If you're watching the telemetry in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you can see that speed decelerating rapidly. Now, the 4 flaps on the ship help steer the vehicle, and one of the main objectives for the ship today is to demonstrate controlled re-entry during this phase of flight, this re-entry phase.
Yeah, and we have 6 engines on ship, but we only need 3 of them, the 3 sea-level engines. We will have that flip maneuver happen very close to touching down for splashdown. We'll do that flip maneuver, ignite those engines, slow the vehicle down immediately, and then hopefully have what we call a soft splashdown in the water. It's probably going to feel a little bit harder on the top of the surface of the water, but it'll look pretty gentle.
Yeah, and like we said earlier, we hope to have some more views, even of that phase of the flight. So fingers crossed that we can we can bring those to you. We are hoping to splash down softer than we did last time on Flight 4. Right now, Starship continuing to make its descent back to planet Earth.
Starship is at Mach 2, remains on a good trajectory.
All right, great news there. That tells us that the vehicle is traveling twice the speed of sound. So we will then, the next call out that we'll hear is that it is, traveling about the speed of sound. And then we will hear a call out that that will be the call out that it is transonic. And then we will hear another call out saying that it is subsonic, meaning going slower than the speed of sound.
Starship is transonic.
There it is. So at this point in time, we say transonic because certain parts of the vehicle, like the flap that you see on your screen, might be experiencing airflow faster than the speed of sound, while other parts of the ship may be experiencing airflow.
Starship is in the subsonic belly flop.
All right, so now the entire vehicle is traveling slower than the speed of sound, so subsonic. The crowd here at Mission Control Hawthorne also getting excited, just like us. We're awaiting a water landing. We are going to reignite the 3 engines to perform that flip maneuver, and we're basically about a minute and a half, away from the landing flip.
Yeah, the crowd's getting excited here as we get closer and closer to splashdown. Again, just about a minute away from the expected splashdown, so we should see a lot happening coming up here shortly. We're currently having a view of one of the flaps, and it is a little bit dark on your screen, but hopefully we'll get some good views of the ship as it makes that flip maneuver and touchdown for splashdown.
Yeah,
guys, we saw that speed drop like a rock. So we're doing a belly flip right now, or a belly flop right now. That's what's kind of, if you saw the high altitude campaign, that's the unique thing about how Starship comes back. So we've bled off pretty much all of the speed we're going to. We're essentially at terminal velocity.
Starship is at 5 kilometers altitude, remains on target.
5 to go, coming up soon, landing burn.
Two kilometers away.
Starship is on target, approaching landing burn startup.
So keep an eye on the bottom right-hand side of your screen as well. That will be the indicator when the Raptor engines ignite, if we are unable to see that illumination ourselves.
Landing burn startup.
What a cool view of the reflection of that landing burn.
You can see the water just behind the ship.
Starship has landed.
An incredible view. I think it is safe to say we have a ship in the water.
Touchdown!
That is a live view from the ocean surface. What an incredible end to Starship's journey. A live view from a buoy that we had out at the landing zone.
An incredible view of ship landing just about on target as they were calling out.
That was amazing. And we were not intending to recover any of the ship's hardware, so that was the best ending that we could have hoped for.
Man, I don't think we're going to be able to get a ton of extra video of the heat shield, but we hit the target. We hit the target. Yeah. I mean, you know we hit the target because we had these buoys placed in a pretty specific spot, so wow. What a day. I feel like that's what I get to say. What a day. I mean, everything started off today with that launch. We were able to lift off towards the end of our window, 7:25 a.m. Central Time. 33 out of 33 Raptors in the way uphill. Successful hot stage. Booster came back. We watched it come down right behind us. Watched it get caught. And that broke my brain for a while. I'm really happy we had coast for a bit, but that's first ever booster catch, major step on the way to rapid reusability. And ship just gave us one heck of a show, making it through a controlled re-entry this time, flaps intact, made it down to the water. Hey, Starships were meant to fly, and it sure as hell flew today. So let's get ready for the next one. Over to you guys.
They were meant to fly, and they were also meant to be caught by Mechazilla.
Yeah.
It's been such an incredible day today. Congratulations to our teammates and to everyone who supported the Starship program. And thank you to all of our future customers for your support. And we'll also like to thank the people of Cameron County, Texas, as well as the Coast Guard, the Federal Aviation Administration, the Government of Mexico, and the Australian Space Agency.
Now be sure to follow SpaceX on X for more updates on today's test flight and, of course, for future Starship news. Today was amazing, but the SpaceX action isn't over yet. Soon Falcon Heavy will launch NASA's Europa Clipper, and we're also going to be returning Dragon back to Earth with NASA's Crew 8 astronauts. So congratulations again to the SpaceX team. What an amazing launch and an even cooler catch. Thank you for watching, but we're going to leave you with an awesome recap of what has been the most epic day.
Haya sawa, poa. Ndio tabia ndo mbaya, ndio. Hadi ni huyo peke yake, ni huyo peke yake. Poa.
SSD iko juu. Flash haina kitu, si ndio? Iko na space ya SSD na HDD, si ndio? Iko fiti. Current storage ina iko SSD ama ni iko na SSD size SSD. Resell. Una resell. Sina kuchani, hiyo ni biashara. Sasa stockpile lakini generation ikawa ununue zile zenye Kenya wako nazo, kumbe hata hazina F16 Kenya. Kumbe Kenya hakuna F16. Hawana F35 lakini.
Na Israel nao walinunua F35
Walai. Unajua, okay. Israel wako special ally kwa US because sidhani kama watarukana anytime.
Iran wako na
Sure. Ituboot na iko nje. Ingekuwa inasema nini? Not available. Sorry. Niambie. Kwani ulikuwa umeboot on drive gani?
I think
Inabidi iekelewe stop. Na hivyo ndio fundi amekula mtu tu. Acha iamke. Kawa inatandika tena kwanza. Rami umeweka moja. Mbona inabuti nikaa watu wanasema bora siku. Na sio kila mashine ina support. Unajua hata hii yangu hiyo page vile inaonyesha hiyo kama ina hang itabidi basi downgrade tuweke tena.
Hello. Hi. Hi, imebounce. Ati mko? Hamjafika
10 days of stuff. Kinapenda gani? Pantera. Wacha. All package. Hiyo kitu niliendeshanga. Unataka kuendesha? Sasa tuangalie picha zingine kwanza. unajua hiyo program ianze kuload. Hebu angalia nini hiyo system property. Ndio maana hii kitu naona hivi Windows 8 at least ikuwe instead of Windows 11 inafaa kuwa manze. Original. Itakuwa do ngapi? Kwa expensive project. Tumia tu vile iko. Sioni haja ya hiyo touch. Nilikuwa na option ya kubuy touch. Si ununue tu external monitor. Na hii kwa home itakuwa reliable sana. Unaona hiyo na track na hiyo kuna kaa sana. Wala siko fanya hivi. Hebu enda kwa task manager uclose hizo vitu na nini. Hiyo imeanza kuhang. Hiyo ni kidogo. Kama hii 16 naifikishanga 80%. Senior Windows Home. Labda uendeshe hapa kwa lap yangu. Sina. Utakopi tu. Kwani nani ya kufanya hizo nini? Nilimix hadi juzi 2020. Realize we. Na mali una add. Ama una drag. ilikuwa kwa i7 what ilikuwa 6600 hiyo ama ilikuwa ngapi? Timba hiyo. Nguo. Kwani ni nguo inakaaje? Kwani unataka kuwa, si unakula tu. Ngoja uniambie. Ilikuwa ngapi? 6700 hiyo ama 6600? Ni? Ndio ama ni Ford. Ford si mbaya. From there we can negotiate price. Kuna GDD ngapi na SSD? 1 tera ya GDD. Almost napata value yake kwa. What else? Ni speaker. Speaker yake iko na issue. Si moja. Hiyo kitu speaker inakuanga moja bwana. Hakuna story ya Twitter. Ama hapa kwa board. Hapana. Hizi buttons za kazi gani? Ebu DM hapa.
Europa is white.
Ni project bana. Kitu fulani lakini kwa touch. So itakuwa moto hadi maji kimweka uko hizi nia ndani.
The first step to mastering gold trading begins with the right tool, expert guidance, and unbeatable trading conditions. At Scope Markets, we offer the most competitive.
Moving to other global stories, amid the escalating tensions with North Korea, Seoul has alleged that North Korea has blown up parts of the inter-Korean road. South Korean military has claimed that it has conducted a counter-fire operation in response to the North Korea's actions. Now, near the heavily fortified border, That is. The developments come a day after North Korean leader Kim Jong-un called a meeting with his top military and security officials. Now, the meeting was attended by top security officials as well, including the army chief and the Minister of State Security and Defense. As per reports, Kim set forth directions of immediate military action and indicated important tasks to be fulfilled. The move comes as North Korea accuses South of distributing anti-regime pamphlets using drones and mobilizing troops along the international border. South Korea initially denied the allegations. Their Joint Chief of Staff later stated that they could not confirm or deny the claims. North Korea on Sunday issued a stern warning and labeled the incursions as a military attack, heightening fears of escalation along the border. Meanwhile, Seoul has alleged that North Korea has blown up parts of the roads that we talked about earlier.
So hakuna kuenda tena huko. Watakuwa wanaenda Russia. Imagine like unajua huwezi toka hivi tu eti unatoka unaenda boda, unavuka unaenda Russia. Unajuanga hivyo kweli? Ukiwa North Korea eti you are an ordinary citizen, vile unaendanga na manga unaingia tu. Lazima unaandika reason. Kama wewe ni businessman hiyo ni sawa. Kuna free movement. Wana India na Canada wamekosana pia. But mbona Canada? Unajua hiyo basi yote wanafaa kuwa very powerful sana. Hakuna. Nakwambia hiyo showdown itakuwa juu. Testing the best testing ground. Hiyo kitu wana stream wapi ya Rigiji? Ya Rigiji inaanza saa ngapi? Rigiji. Wewe uliona 4 months ago eti Ruto sijui ngwel Yemen. Ulisikia hiyo story? Ilikuwa NTV. Acha nikushtue kidogo. Like Ruto anajua what ana deal nayo kweli. Ilikuwa NTV. Hapo ndio nilisema Ruto atumiangi hicho. 4 months ago ndio. Kenya kuwapeleka wanajeshi Yemen kukabiliana na wasi wa Kiaudi.
Punguza gharama ya matumizi serikalini au ni vita vya kisiasa? Daniel Kariuki, KTN News, Nairobi.
Na katika taarifa za usalama na utawala wa ulimwengu, vita vya Yemen vinavyoongozwa na waasi wa Houthi vimevutia Kenya kuteuliwa na Marekani pamoja na Umoja wa Ulaya EU katika kupambana na waasi hao. Kenya imechaguliwa na Marekani na Umoja wa Ulaya kujiunga na jeshi la majini katika vita dhidi ya waasi wa Houthi huko Yemen, siku chache baada ya Rais William Ruto kuthibitisha kupeleka polisi wa Kenya katika nchi ya Haiti. Sasa Kenya itatumika kwa vita hivyo, kazi iliyokuwa ikifanywa na Ushelisheli.
Waasi wa Houthi wakiungwa mkono na Iran wamefanya mashambulizi zaidi ya 30 dhidi ya meli za kibiashara kando ya bahari ya Red Sea na kuvuruga njia za biashara za kimataifa na kusababisha kuongezeka kwa wasiwasi katika maeneo mbalimbali duniani. Msimamo wa kimkakati wa Kenya na mfumo wa kisheria umefanya kuwa mshirika bora katika juhudi hizi za kimataifa. Nchi ya Kenya inasemekana itachukua jukumu la kushughulikia washukiwa waliokamatwa na meli za kivita, kazi ambayo hapo awali ilifanywa na nchi ya Ushelisheli.
Atlanta can intercept what are suspected vessels. The problem is that right now they have to catch and release because they cannot keep the offenders on board for too long. They would have to go to the nearest port and search to drop them there for prosecution.
Operesheni ya ulinzi ya usalama wa baharini ya Umoja wa Ulaya EU NAVFOR inapania kupanua mamlaka yake katika maeneo ambayo mihadarati, ulanguzi wa kibinadamu umekithiri, na Kenya itakuwa mwenyeji katika operesheni hizi.
Security at sea is an all hands activity. So we have to know each other, we have to practice, to get ready, and these activities will be done with another regional actors. The ones that they want to come with the for Atlanta to achieve the final security at sea.
Ushirikiano huu unajiri kufuatia waasi wa Houthi kudai kuidungua ndege isiyo na rubani ya Marekani na kuangamiza meli ya mafuta kwa kombora. Mwaka 2023 kwa vuguvugu la Wahouthi ilihusika na vita vya Israel na Hamas kwa kurusha makombora kuelekea Israel na kuvuruga biashara ya kimataifa kwa kushambulia meli za kibiashara katika bahari ya Red Sea. Marekani na washirika wake wamejibu mashambulizi yaliyolenga kuvuruga uwezo wa Wahouthi. Kulingana na wachambuzi, jukumu la Kenya limezua maswali chungu nzima kuhusu kutuma majeshi yake katika nchi za mbali.
In the past, we've been having challenges, especially the issue of piracy, terrorism, but lately these issues have been addressed.
Haya yanajiri siku chache baada ya Kenya kuteuliwa hivi majuzi kuwa mshirika mkuu wa mashirika yasiyo na NATO na Marekani katika ziara iliyokamilika hivi karibuni nchini Marekani, na kuwa nchi ya kwanza katika Afrika kusini mwa jangwa la Sahara kupokea hadhi hii, ikiungana na mataifa mengine ya Afrika kama vile
Unajua like okay, hakutakuwa na interest ya kustrike hiyo kitu. Like Iran wa strike hiyo kitu. Sina kuanga reda. Sasa nikuulize, unajua Iran wanataka like hawataki kuinvolve US directly kwanza. Kama wale jamaa wa first attack ilikuwa kuteka out iron. Sensors. Once wameteka out sensors. Sidhani Iran watafanya hivyo. Unajua already unajua nini? Unajua Iran wana deal na numbers. Naona ya hawezi tuma aircraft direct hadi hapa. Hadi Israel. So I think wata nini mara moja. Huyo atume 300 zake, ule atume zake 10, Hamas nazo atume zake 20. Eza tashangaa ushoot gani waache gani. Sasa unataka kuniambia every Tel Aviv ama Israel, every city, every house iko na manga yake? Na si kwa mfano kama hii building lazima kuna underground basement. Unakimbia unaenda na maboxa huko. Hiyo country imekuwa expensive. Na Korea nua kama it happen by 2030. Hiyo ni by 2027. China, South Korea hiyo hawafanyi hivyo saa hii. Bado wanaongeza weapon unajua US alisema wataingililia. So lazima wajipange. So, ama walipue tu Taiwan irudi zero. Ireland itakuwa By the simu zitapanda. Nasikia teja anasema kama unataka hapo Taiwan hakuna.
Korea's military says it is, quote, fully ready to respond after North Korea ordered troops on the border to prepare to fire. Seoul claims that the North is preparing to blow up roads that cross the heavily militarized border with the South. Tensions are escalating after North Korea accused its rival of flying drones over its airspace to drop propaganda leaflets. South Korean officials have neither confirmed nor denied being behind that incident.
Scenes like this of families from North and South Korea crossing the border to be reunited after years apart. A gesture
So kama uko na relative North Korea, it's either uvuke na usirudi tena.
of diplomatic goodwill will now be a thing of the past. These recent images show North Korean soldiers on the border, peeling away railway lines and building barriers, permanently closing the border to the south. A statement appeared on the North Korean Army's website on October 9th, announcing an immediate plan to cut off transit lines connecting to
Aliona kuna zote zingekuwa democratic states. Sasa Kenya kuna kwanga na democracy kweli. Ambayo dem ndio ulikuwa unadai ama? Unajua ulisema Chebet. Kale kingine. Hakuwa kwa hiyo party. Hiyo ni makosa. Sasa utaamkaje asubuhi bila kuwarm system? Unaamkaje asubuhi bila kuwarm system? Global warming. Wote wangeenda.
Neighbouring South Korea. 2 days prior, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un told a crowd at his namesake university that he is prepared to use all military capabilities in a potential conflict with South Korea and the United States. And he is not ruling out the use of nuclear weapons. Such language is not
Kiachida Don has to quit Kenya showbiz. It said netizens will no longer see his controversial stance or hear what his new music. KRG alikuwa mwanamuziki.
The East African country is also facing opposition against its first nuclear power plant. Dozens of residents, activists, and environmentalists rallied in Kenya's Kilifi against the proposal to build the country's first nuclear power plant near the coastal town. The controversial plant in the Kilifi County is located around 500 kilometers from the capital, Nairobi. This county is Kenya's top coastal tourist hub. It is renowned for its pristine sandy beaches and is one of the best spots for boating and snorkeling around coral reefs. The county is also popular for bird watching in the Arabuko Sokoke forest. a significant natural habitat for the conservation of rare and endangered species, which is also on the tentative list of UNESCO World Heritage Sites. The Kenyan government says the construction of the major plant will begin in 2027, but local residents are up in arms against it. They don't want the project to go through, and here's why. Kenyans have been worried about the fact that the government's plan, which was first proposed last year, would have several negative impacts on local people and the environment. Human rights groups and environmentalists have led demonstrations in Kilifi and have even handed the county governor a petition opposing the construction of the plant. The protesters raised anti-nuclear slogans. Many of them also carried placards that read, "Sitaki nuclear," Swahili for "I don't want nuclear." The protesters believe the negative effects of building the plant outweigh the positive ones.
We say that this project has a lot of negative effects. There will be malformed children born out of this place. Fish will die, and our forest Arabuko Sokok, which is known to harbor birds from abroad, will be lost, and the nuclear plant will cause us more harm than the benefits.
Our main source of income here is ecotourism. We depend on the environment. We host the only East African coastal forests. We host the Watamu Marine Park. We host the largest mangrove plantation in Kenya. We do not want nuclear to come and mess up our ecosystem.
The protesters have also put up demands. They want the government to involve and inform the locals of decisions regarding the nuclear plant. Secondly, they want the government to not proceed with fixing any site for the plant before laws and adequate safeguards are in place. Thirdly, the residents are seeking more scrutiny of the project. They want to know as to how the radioactive waste would be managed, among other things from the plant. Some activists have also filed petitions and lawsuits raising concerns over risks the plant might have to tourism in the event of a nuclear spill. The Kenya Anti-Nuclear Alliance has also urged the government to focus more on renewable energy sources instead.
100 billion can generate more than 2,000 megawatts. Why are we using it to generate only 1,000 for only 60 years and then it's finished? While we have renewables that can last a lifetime for generations to come. We are here to
You won't understand. Hiyo chakula ina slab. Kwanza na mayai. Leo naikula na mayai boy. Ndio nasema. Ndio sina pesa.
oppose.
Kuna shida.
Iron.
Kama iron door.
Thinking I'm gonna start cutting carbs. I need to drop my belly fat.
If you want to drop this.
A day after Hezbollah's drone attack on an Israeli base killed 4 soldiers and wounded dozens, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has vowed to hit the Iran-backed group without mercy.
Kitu yenye inamshanga system yangu ni chai. Sikia hata natoka kwa club alafu naingia kwa chai direct. But si angeacha watu mwenye ana cross side ile nyingine aende. So, Pyongyang.
Amka nani? Dakika 10. Stacy anarudi job leo. Leave imeisha.
Unaona ni kama tani notice this time? Ulikuwa wapi holiday? Unakata umeona kiasi.
What? Ask her if she knows Raid.
Why?
Because she's radiant.
Hello, mom. Ulipata do? Aya, sawa.
Hi, thank you for tuning into Beyond World is One. My name is Isha Hanspal. The top stories. Israel's military launches strikes on eastern Lebanon, reports Lebanese media, as IDF claims to strike nearly 230 targets in Gaza and Lebanon over the past 24 hours. South Korea's military says it has conducted counter-fire operations near the heavily fortified border with the north after Pyongyang's military blew up sections of roads linking the two countries. Taiwan detects a record 153 Chinese military aircrafts around the island as China held a day of large-scale military drills. Pakistan's capital of Islamabad under strict security lockdown ahead of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Schools, colleges and restaurants closed as the government announces a 3-day public holiday.
We will never tolerate the involvement of a foreign government threatening
and killing Canadian citizens on Canadian soil.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau accuses India again over Niger's killing but does not provide evidence as New Delhi expels 6 Canadian diplomats, recalls its High Commissioner and key diplomats from Canada. An Indian inquiry committee to visit Washington, D.C. today to probe the alleged involvement of an Indian government official in an alleged assassination plot. A new report suggests that China could tax the ultra-wealthy and the overseas gains. For all the latest news, download the WeOn app and subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great show tonight. The award for the best performer goes to...
Focus on me. The hero's ready to win. Don't hold back. My smile's hard to beat. Got the spotlight. The star must be me. And the focus goes to... the tree!
Wherever the hero is, the focus is there. Vivo.
Welcome back. You're watching Beyond World is One. I'm Shivan John. Now let's start with the headlines.
We will never tolerate the involvement of a foreign government threatening and killing Canadian citizens on Canadian soil.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau accuses India again over Niger killing but doesn't provide evidence as New Delhi expels 6 Canadian diplomats, recalls its High Commissioner and key diplomats from Canada. An Indian inquiry committee to visit Washington, D.C. today to probe alleged involvement of an Indian government official in an alleged assassination plot. Taiwan detects record 153 Chinese military aircraft around the island as China held a day of large-scale military drills. Prime Minister Netanyahu says Israel to decide its plans to retaliate against Iran based on its needs. Statement comes after reports said that Netanyahu told President Biden Israel would not attack Iranian oil or nuclear sites. Suicide bombers dressed as women in burqas kill 4 people at remote police base in Pakistan. This as Islamabad is under strict security lockdown ahead of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit. The Nigerian national football team will boycott their 2025 Africa Cup of Nations qualifier in Libya. Their squad claims they were subjected to inhumane treatment at an airport in Libya.
We are traders. It's in our DNA. It's more than a feeling, it's a calling. To make bold decisions when everything is on the line. Born to thrive in chaos, to battle in the world's greatest arena, the markets. born to stand tall while others scramble, to make the right move at the right time, and to know that no matter what happens, our money is ours. We were born for this. Exness, born to trade.
Meanwhile, Pakistan's capital of Islamabad is under strict security lockdown ahead of the gathering of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization this week. This as 4 people were killed in a terrorist attack on northwestern Pakistani District Police Office on Monday. The Pakistani government has announced a 3-day public holiday in Islamabad, with schools, colleges, restaurants and businesses shut and large contingents of police and paramilitary forces deployed. Security has been beefed up as Chinese Premier Li Qiang landed in the city. Li's visit is the first by a Chinese premier to Pakistan in 11 years. In a departure from protocol, Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif himself went to the airport to receive the Chinese dignitary. Upon arrival, the Chinese premier was given a 21-gun salute at the Noor Khan Air Base.
और पाकिस्तान की जो क़यादत है उसका शुक्रिया भी अदा किया और इंतहाई
Qiang and Sharif held delegation-level talks discussing economic and trade ties and cooperation under the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. They both also inaugurated virtually the CPEC-funded Gwadar International Airport in restive southwestern Balochistan province. Now, Islamabad has sought to curb all movement of Chinese nationals in the city, citing fears that they could be targets for violence from separatist militants. The threat alert has been high, especially after the killing of 2 Chinese engineers and the shooting to death of 21 miners. The 23rd meeting of the SCO, which comprises 10 full members, including China, India, Iran and Russia, is scheduled for Tuesday and Wednesday in Islamabad. India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is scheduled to reach Pakistan on Tuesday evening and may participate in a welcome dinner hosted by Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif for the delegates. Jaishankar's upcoming visit will be the first by an Indian foreign minister in almost 10 years. Meanwhile, the Pakistan government has accepted the demand for medical examination of former Prime Minister Imran Khan. Khan's Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf party postponed its plans to protest at Islamabad's D Chowk today, which has threatened to disrupt the gathering for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. In the latest, terrorists dressed as women in burqas stormed a northwestern Pakistani district police office on Monday, killing 3 policemen and a civilian before the police shot and killed all 5 attackers. The incident occurred in the district of Bannu, which borders the restive North Waziristan tribal region on the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. The Islamist militant group Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan claimed responsibility for the attack. And of course, for more on this, we are now joined by Pakistan Bureau Chief Anas Malik, who is joining us live from Islamabad. Anas, we spoke to you a short while back and you explained to us the security situation and the arrangements that were in place. And you also briefly told us about the dignitaries which were expected in a short while from now. What is the latest that you've gathered from here?
Well, the first of the arrivals have begun, and the first one to arrive is the Prime Minister of Kyrgyzstan, Zaparov Elbak, has just landed in Islamabad a short while back. He becomes the first head of government to land in Islamabad to attend the SCO Heads of Governments meeting, the 23rd meeting. Now, in a short while from now, we'll be seeing the landing of Uzbek Prime Minister, the Kazakh Prime Minister, and the Russian Prime Minister as well. The Indian External Affairs Minister will be landing between 3 and 4 p.m. along with his 8-member delegation at Islamabad's Noor Khan Air Base. That's what we know. What we also know is that the Prime Minister will be hosting an informal dinner, which is an SCO tradition, that will formally mark the commencement of the SCO Heads of Governments meeting. This dinner is to begin at 7 p.m. Pakistan time, and it will last till about roughly 9 or 9:30. There's a lot on the agenda tomorrow. There are bilateral meetings scheduled for today as well. And among the bilateral meetings that the Pakistani side is doing, they're doing with all of those member countries and guests, except for India, because neither the Pakistani side requested a meeting with the Indian side, nor did the Indian side requested a meeting with the Pakistani side. Isha?
Anas, what is being said in the media and perhaps also in diplomatic circles from your sources that you can tell us, what is being said about the Chinese dignitary visiting the Shanghai Cooperation Organization in the backdrop of the attack on Chinese nationals in Pakistan?
Well, this just reiterates with regards to the China-Pakistan friendship, the fact that despite of these attacks, in the wake of these attacks, this visit has gone ahead and as planned. That basically reiterates the fact that how Pakistan-China friendship would not be undeterred by these irritants or riders. Yes, there was an attack on Chinese nationals, but despite of that, Premier Li Qiang went ahead with his visit. He's currently right now meeting the president. It's his 2-day bilateral visit, and then later in the evening, this bilateral visit will be converted into a multilateral visit. Remember, this is his first visit as the Prime Minister and the first by any Chinese premier in 11 years. The last time a Chinese premier was here in Islamabad was in March of 2013. So 11 years later, this visit is happening. So it's quite significant for Islamabad, for its optics, and of course for China as well, to make sure that it goes to stand with Pakistan, irrespective of whatever the scenario is, both internally and externally. Isha?
Thank you so much, Anas, for joining us with the latest yet again. For all the latest news, download the WeOn app and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Pakistan's capital of Islamabad is under strict security lockdown ahead of the gathering of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization next week. Now, the Pakistani government has announced a 3-day public holiday in Islamabad with schools, colleges and restaurants and businesses shut and large contingents of police and paramilitary forces deployed. Security has been beefed up as Chinese Premier Li Qiang landed in the city. Li's visit is the first by a Chinese premier to Pakistan in 11 years. In a departure from protocol, Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif himself went to the airport to receive the Chinese dignitary. Upon arrival, the Chinese premier was given a 21-gun salute at the Noor Khan Air Base. Qiang and Sharif held delegation-level talks discussing economic and trade ties and cooperation under the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. They both also inaugurated virtually the CPEC-funded Gwadar International Airport in restive southwestern Balochistan province. Now, Islamabad has sought to curb all movement of Chinese nationals in the city, citing fears that they could be targets of violence from separatist militants. The threat alert has been high, especially after the killing of 2 Chinese engineers and the shooting to the death of 21 miners. The 23rd meeting of the SCO, which comprises 9 full members, including China, India, Iran and Russia, is scheduled for Tuesday and Wednesday in Islamabad. India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is scheduled to reach Pakistan on Tuesday evening and may participate in a welcome dinner hosted by Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif for the delegates. Jaishankar's upcoming visit will be the first by an Indian foreign minister in almost 10 years.
Pakistan, sir? Huh? All safe for Pakistan? Well, it's still 24 hours to go.
Meanwhile, the Pakistan government has accepted the demand for medical examination of former Prime Minister Imran Khan. Khan's Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf party postponed
its planned protest at Islamabad's D Chowk today, which has threatened to disrupt the gathering for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. In the latest, terrorists dressed as women in burqas stormed a northwestern Pakistani district police office on Monday, killing 3 policemen and a civilian before the police shot and killed all 5 attackers. The incident occurred in the district of Bannu, which borders the rest of North Waziristan tribal region on the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. The Islamist militant group Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan claimed responsibility for the attack. For more on this, our Pakistan Bureau Chief Anas Malik now joins us live from Islamabad. Anas, give us the latest from the ground there. What can you see around us? Tell us more about the security arrangement that is in place.
Well, the security has been beefed up. Islamabad is all set to host the biggest regional moot here in the region, which comprises about 40% of the world's population, 33% of the world's GDP. This is the biggest Eurasian bloc, or the grouping of Eurasian countries. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization and the 23rd Heads of Governments meeting is all set to underway today in the evening formally, with the informal dinner marking the commencement of the SCO. Now, in a short while from now, we'll be seeing the arrival of the Uzbek Prime Minister. He would be the first to arrive, and following that, would be seeing the arrivals going on. We would be expecting about 7 prime ministers to arrive here in Islamabad. That includes the Prime Minister of Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan. We also would be seeing the arrival of the Russian Prime Minister and the Mongolian Prime Minister and the Belarusian Prime Minister as well for the SCO in a short while from now. Indian External Affairs Minister is expected to land between 3 and 4 p.m. Pakistan time, along with his 8-member delegation. The total strength of Indian delegation is 13. 5 of them who are already here in Islamabad for the SCO National Coordinators meeting. Now, what you see where I'm standing is the facilitation center. The stage is set. It's literally decked up. And it won't be wrong to say, with regards to the security measures, that they've been made foolproof on the part of the Islamabad administration, virtually putting Islamabad in an effective lockdown unless and until you have special security passes, because they're not taking any risks given the growing threat of terrorism that had been there and the recent attacks that have been inflicted upon the country, be that be in the northwest or in the south.
Thank you, Anas, for joining us with those updates. We are also now being joined live by Mr. Gurjeet Singh from New Delhi. He's a former Indian ambassador to Germany, Indonesia and the African Union. Welcome to the broadcast, Ambassador Singh. My first question to you is, please explain to us the significance of the summit, given that this is the first time an Indian dignitary will be visiting Pakistan. So in the context of India, if you could just explain to us how momentous is this occasion?
For Pakistan, it is indeed momentous, because they are having, they find it difficult to even get cricket teams to come. So now in this case, they have got a whole summit happening of 10 countries, which is very important for them. The second point is that Pakistan recently joined the SCO along with India, I think 2017. So India has been chair in 2023. Pakistan is not the chair, but they get the opportunity to host the second summit of the year, which is of heads of government. So for them, it is a big thing. So for the new government in Pakistan, it is a great effort to show that they are an important country with good neighborliness. But their whole country had to be shut down, particularly the capital. Schools on holiday. So instead of being a celebration, it is now seeming like a security challenge. So that, I think, is truly sad for Pakistan. The second issue is regarding the agenda. Now, India wants to use the RATS mechanism. RATS is the Regional Anti-Terrorism Structure of SCO, located in Uzbekistan. And we want to retain the emphasis of RATS on dealing with terrorism. But China, aided by Pakistan, often tries to dilute that agenda and make it into a counter-terror arrangement rather than dealing with terror and terror financing directly. So this is somewhere where India takes up cudgels. India also has many, ideas emanating from its own chairmanship in 2023 and from the G20 chairmanship, which it pursues. So in the past, India would get heavily outnumbered by China, with Russia following it, Pakistan, and some of the Central Asia. But since it is a consensus-based organization, Indian negotiators now use their veto to prevent China running away with the agenda and make sure that too many anti-Indian statements don't get in and Indian interests in the final communique are protected.
Ambassador Singh, let me now speak about it from Pakistan's perspective. We know that the country was embroiled in an economic turmoil. How much of having this summit in Pakistan will help in its economy and the trade relations with the other countries in the summit?
No help whatsoever. You were highlighting this fact that Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif went to the airport to receive the Chinese premier. Please remember, Li Kang or any Chinese premier is visiting Pakistan for the first time in 16 years. This is even more than an Indian foreign minister who's at least coming after 9 years. So it is not that this summit is a gateway to greater economic interaction.
Right.
They have to show that they are a stable, investor-friendly country. And I'm afraid the manner in being able to host this summit is not giving that impression.
So are you perhaps trying to say that this might actually work against investor sentiment, given the kind of security arrangements that have to be put in place? Because this, as you pointed out, has become more of a security issue than the one surrounding the summit.
Because if there are things happening in Pakhtunkhwa, in Karachi, in Baluchistan, so these are all giving cause for anxiety.
Sure.
And particularly many of these attacks are actually against Chinese. So the Chinese, who are Pakistan's biggest backer, are actually very worried about the security of their people.
Okay.
So yes, it is a problem for Pakistan at this moment to maintain stability and security in their country and to bring their economy back on track.
Thank you, Ambassador Singh, for your perspective on this and for joining us on the broadcast. For all the latest news, download the WION app and subscribe to our YouTube channel.
From jets to electric vehicles and supercomputers, the U.S. is fighting to lead the world in a variety of industries, especially against China. We break down how American technology, engineering, and science stack up against its Chinese competitors. Our first story is about China's first homegrown narrow-body jet and how it compares to Western standards like the Boeing 737.
This is Comac C919, China's first homegrown narrow-body jet that's been in the works for more than a decade. This is a 737 MAX 8, Boeing's popular narrow-body plane among airlines worldwide. This type of plane can cover lots of domestic and intercontinental routes, accounting for more than half of the global passenger aircraft fleet. And that's a big reason why Beijing hopes its own model can compete with Western giants like Boeing and become the main carrier at home, eventually one day taking on the global airspace. So we compare the design and technology of both planes to see how China's deep reliance on Western parts could stymie Beijing's ambition to challenge its U.S. rival. Boeing has more than 100 years of experience with commercial aviation. China, in comparison, started exploring the industry in the 1970s, but for several decades wasn't able to develop its own airliner. So Boeing became one of China's go-to companies.
In China, Boeing has had a great couple decades.
Richard Abulafia is managing director with Aerodynamic Advisory, an aerospace and defense consultancy based in Michigan. For more than 30 years, he's been tracking global aviation markets with Boeing as one of his main focuses.
If you look back at China economic growth and air travel demand growth, it really took off in the 90s. And sometime in the 2000s, that began to translate into very large jetliner sales numbers.
Boeing's jetliner sales hit a record high in 2017. The American giant sent more than 200 planes to China. That's about a quarter of all its deliveries that year. It also has a 737 completion and delivery plant there. Today, about 40% of China's passenger fleet comes from Boeing, with more than half of the planes held by the European giant Airbus, which also has an assembly plant in China. So in order to reduce its reliance on the two Western jetliners, the Chinese government has been focused on COMAC, which was established in 2008. And Chinese President Xi Jinping has especially been keen on creating a domestic airliner.
每年的话要成百上千亿的都花在这个买飞机上，我们现在要花更多的钱来研制、制造自己的飞机。
China hasn't revealed how much it's invested in COMAC, but some aerospace analysts estimate that the state-owned company has received somewhere between $49 and $72 billion in government aid.
That was and is a national goal for China to be able to compete against the U.S. and Boeing.
Alex Kreutz is managing director with U.S.-based aerospace consulting firm Patriot Industrial Partners, and he's been following COMAC's programs for about 7 years.
Ultimately, designing and building a successful commercial airliner is very technologically advanced for countries to be able to do.
So to develop a successful commercial airliner, China has been eyeing Western designs like Boeing. The two jets are both narrow bodies with a single aisle. They're also about the same size and carry a similar number of passengers. Even the engines aren't too different.
They're from CFM, which is a joint venture between General Electric and Safran of France. And they're very similar engines with roughly similar levels of technology.
Both engines are models from the LEAP 1 series from CFM.
LEAP 1B is for Boeing, LEAP 1C is for COMAC.
But the MAX 8 and the C919 need more than just the engines to take off.
They need other systems like the mechanical systems, landing gears, air management systems, avionics for the cockpits.
These components and their supply chains have played a big role in establishing Boeing as an industry leader over the years. With decades of experience, the American company has developed steady relationships with its partners and suppliers at home and abroad, and most of them are close allies of the U.S.
It's very much an international creation. Boeing's major international partners, Japan, Britain, France, Canada, Italy, Germany, and many others.
Those partnerships have helped Boeing secure some of the most advanced technologies for its aircraft, like the cockpit, which is the brain of the plane. COMAC also needs a global supply chain to put the C919 together, especially from American and European companies. But aerospace analysts say some foreign suppliers have been reluctant to provide state-of-the-art components over concerns about their intellectual property. This has saddled the C919 with older technology than the 737 MAX 8 and even the Airbus 320neo. But this may not be the biggest risk to the COMAC project.
There's this, sword hanging over the 919, and a lot of it does come down to geopolitics.
The U.S. has long accused China of seeking to steal advanced technologies for use in its military, which Beijing repeatedly denied. In January last year, the Trump administration added COMAC to a list of companies that it said supported China's military, curbing the plane manufacturer's access to American technology and funding. COMAC was later removed when President Biden issued a new list. The Chinese company didn't respond to a request for comment about the blacklist and concerns over IP infringement, as well as whether geopolitical tensions could pose a risk to its C919 program. Even if these vulnerabilities with sourcing critical Western parts disappeared, aviation experts say COMAC still has other challenges.
Learning how to build it conforming, that is to say, each article is exactly the same as the previous one, that's a major challenge. That's one of the easiest places to stumble.
And another stumbling block, if and when China goes global, the lack of a worldwide support system for operators to obtain C919 spare parts or receive maintenance and repairs.
You have to service it, aftermarket support for the airplanes. So there's vast networks that Boeing has that COMAC has to develop.
For Boeing, the U.S. giant also has its own problems, especially in the Chinese market. As trade tensions broke out between the U.S. and China in 2017, Beijing froze nearly all orders and deliveries of Boeing's planes. Since early 2019, the country has also kept the 737 MAX grounded after 2 fatal crashes in Indonesia and Ethiopia. Boeing says it continues to work with global regulators and customers to safely return the 737 MAX and sees China as an important market for the company's commercial planes, urging dialogue between Beijing and Washington. Despite the challenges, COMAC is moving forward. The C919 marked a major milestone in September towards carrying passengers, and the company has plans to develop a wide-body plane as well. But for COMAC to rival Boeing, it'll be a long and perhaps bumpy flight ahead.
This is Tesla's Model 3 sedan, and it's the cheapest Tesla model in China. And this is BYD's Seal sedan. It looks very similar, and it's one of the company's most expensive models. But with this range, China-based BYD has closed in on Tesla's share of the EV market in China. China accounts for more than half of all EVs sold globally in 2022, and any company that can own this market will have an advantage at dominating the growing industry.
There's a potential here for new General Motors, for new Fords to emerge, and for China to be a dominant player.
We compared BYD and Tesla's business strategy, technology, and manufacturing to understand who's positioned to win. To see BYD's rapid growth in China, just look at retail sales charts. BYD, which is backed by Warren Buffett, jumped from 13th place in 2021 to the top spot in 2022. In that time, its overall sales more than tripled, hitting 1.86 million cars. That's some 500,000 more cars than Tesla.
We have a lot of respect for the car companies in China. They are the most competitive in the world.
In terms of volume, the top car company producing EVs in China is definitely BYD. The caveat is that it's not a cool EV brand yet, and that's why they introduced a new series of cars with specs that car commentators would say matching Tesla's Model 3.
So while this Seal sedan sells for roughly $30,000, some BYD models sell for half that, with most models having an all-electric or plug-in hybrid option.
Their strategy is really to ensure that consumers have options.
Tesla's fleet, on the other hand, is all-electric. Unlike BYD, it's mainly positioned as a premium vehicle, a revolutionary bet from the beginning.
There was a kind of a belief among traditional car companies that somebody who would want an electric car was going to be motivated by economic concerns, the cost of gasoline. Their thesis was, let's start at the top. Let's make a cool, a sexy car that appeals to luxury buyers.
For the most part, that bet has paid off. If you look at each company's profit margins, you can see Tesla exceeds BYD. The company sells less vehicles with a higher profit margin. But in early 2023, Tesla slashed prices for its 2 most popular electric car models, reducing prices in China by as much as 13%. The company said the cuts were possible through engineering innovations and cost controls, but these cuts also came just before China began withdrawing decades-long subsidies for EV buyers.
It's time now for the market to become more mature. Smaller companies that were not profitable but who depended on these subsidies need to be able to do more to stand on their own.
Tesla might have the marketing power to weather the subsidy crash, but BYD has its own strength: production, specifically battery production. This is just a sample of some businesses that BYD operates. As you can see, it's far more vertically integrated.
BYD has 3 main areas of business. It produces cars, it produces batteries for its cars, and it also produces chips.
Before BYD was an electric vehicle company, its main focus was batteries. And this battery branch of its business ensures stability along the supply chain, even while disruptions plagued its competitors. Compare that to Tesla, which continues to source the majority of its batteries from outside suppliers.
There's been this tension around Tesla from the get-go over its ability to get cells. The idea was they'd be buying so many of them from suppliers that they would have pricing advantage and they could get the cost down. It hasn't come down as much as they wanted or much as they thought, but it has come down dramatically.
Although the U.S. government is investing in this area of business, even producing the raw and intermediate ingredients that compose battery cells requires outsourcing.
When you think about where the ingredients for these cells come from, it's largely a China game at this point. I think about lithium, something like 70% of it is refined in China. It's kind of worrisome to people here in the U.S.
BYD uses its own Blade battery, which is a lithium iron phosphate battery known as LFP. The LFP battery is the primary EV battery in China and is generally viewed as a cheaper option since it doesn't use the costly elements nickel and cobalt. But it comes with a trade-off: the battery's range.
Range is a real issue for U.S. consumers. There is this mindset that there just might be a reason why you need to go 300 miles or more in a trip. And so that's one of the big kind of differences between the China and the U.S. market.
In line with market preference, Tesla's standard range models in China also use an LFP battery. Its version is made by Chinese maker CATL, but its long-range models still use an NCM-based battery that's nickel, cobalt, manganese. Some even include aluminum. It's more expensive, but can charge a car for longer distances. And in the US, Tesla primarily uses this type of battery, but this may be changing. Tesla is taking a page out of the Chinese market's playbook, using LFP batteries in lower-cost models. So even as Tesla invests in its own battery production in the US, it'll still depend on Chinese resources for some time. The final challenge for EV makers is getting their cars where their consumers are. BYD has a home base advantage in the China market, but Tesla has gained some with this factory in Shanghai. Built in 2019, this was the first of its kind for Tesla, and frankly, for any foreign automaker.
It got off the ground rather quickly, in large part because of the support from the local Chinese government. They wanted to help Tesla get going.
The local government in Shanghai granted Tesla a corporate income tax rate of 15% through 2023, a significantly lower rate than the standard 25%. The factory deal helped slash production costs for cars sold in the country, and Tesla was also able to get out of a joint venture agreement.
For years, if you were General Motors or you were Volkswagen and you wanted to build cars in China, you had to share the profit, you had to share the running of that joint venture, and Tesla didn't want to give up that kind of control.
Today, Tesla sells in over 30 countries, with manufacturing plants in the US, China, and Germany. BYD, having taken over China, is just beginning its global push. Its passenger EVs are currently for sale in China and a handful of other countries. The US is not yet one of those.
In part because of the US-China tensions right now, it's hard for any Chinese car company to say they're making a foray into the US market right now. It's also hard for car companies to just think about expanding into market by exporting there purely without manufacturing locally.
The fight for the global EV market has a ways to go. In China, the market needs to mature on its own without government subsidies, while the US needs to dramatically improve its supply chain in the country and up its EV adoption rate. As for the companies themselves, BYD has yet to fully articulate its plans to enter the US passenger EV market. While China's biggest EV maker faces pressure to expand, BYD said customer satisfaction is its main goal and top priority.
I've been writing about the automotive industry for almost 20 years, and there's always been this kind of belief that the Chinese car companies were on the verge of coming to the States. We haven't really seen that yet. Creating the infrastructure to sell the vehicles is a challenge.
Tesla did not respond to a request for comment, but the company also faces its own obstacles ahead.
They need to show
Republic of Korea Ministry of National Defense announced that General Staff of the Korean People's Army issued an order to the combined artillery units along the border and the units taking on an important task to get ready to open fire.
Responding to North Korea's wartime readiness order, the South Korean military said they are fully prepared to respond to any potential provocations.
North Korea yesterday reported on the General Staff of the Korean People's Army, issuing an operational reserve order for full-scale firing readiness along the border. Our military is closely monitoring North Korean military movements and is fully prepared to respond to any potential provocations.
South Korea also said it suspects North Korea is in fact preparing to blow up cross-border roads that link the two countries and pass through their heavily militarized border.
We have identified signs of them working behind screened fences. We also identified them preparing to destroy roads. I believe that North Korea can destroy them as soon as today. We think there are possibilities of North Korea carrying out space rocket launch, performative destruction of the inter-Korean roads, or small-scale provocations. We are preparing to respond to all such possible scenarios.
Tensions between the two neighbors escalated after North Korea began sending thousands of trash-filled balloons across the border in May. This was widely seen as Pyongyang's show of anger at South Korea's joint military drills with the United States. Meanwhile, North Korea claimed that Seoul was sending drones over its capital, Pyongyang, to drop leaflets denouncing Kim Jong-un. North Korea claimed that South Korea sent drones over Pyongyang 3 times just this month. Amid this exchange of claims and counterclaims, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un's sister has threatened South Korea with horrible consequences unless they stop sending the drones.
The moment that a drone of the Republic of Korea is discovered in the sky over our capital city once again will certainly lead to a horrible disaster. Personally, I wish that such a thing will not happen.
Si mdogo akona ni mali akona tuseme let's say early 30s.
Now,
But hawa watu wajue tu, unajua hiyo ikianza hawa watadedi almost instantly. Hawa nini? Unajua utakuwa unaongelea thousands and thousands of rockets of missiles. Cheki Batman. Tukiwa na maybe 10,000 missiles na point moja. Of course hizi kuwa point moja. South Korea say, okay, I'm very sure the first target watu wataendea ni mahali huyu msee amejificha. By the way, unajua acha ni kwa unaona hizo air defense ukiwa na full scale, unajua hizo air defense itaisha within 24 hours. Unajua hivyo? Nimekwambia ni kitu kidogo sana. Wangeacha tu. Nakwambia Iran ikituma 1000 sawa, 1000 unajua itamaliza hizo ya defense. Strategic
now all these incidents
ya impeachment. Tumesahau aje. Na hata alikuwa nakuuliza wekelee cha wacha niende. Acha niende. Acha hiyo chai hivi. Hapo nimeona ana kidogo alikuwa nakumbuka mafuta iko. South Korea fires warning shots. Okay. The moment hii vita inaanza
Iranian state TV's broadcast images showing the commander of the Quds Force, who hasn't been seen in public for several weeks. Ismail Khani was last seen at a memorial ceremony for a senior Revolutionary Guard commander who was killed in Lebanon. There were reports he may have been wounded in an Israeli strike on Beirut last week. I'm going to speak to Rasul Sada, who's in Tehran for us. So how much of this does this put to rest speculation about the fate of the Quds Force commander?
Indeed, Rob, there was a whole story going on around Ismail Khani, the commander of the Quds Forces, which is the elite unit of Iranian Revolutionary Guards. When Hassan Nasrallah of Hezbollah has been assassinated on 27th of September last month, then the rumors, the reports just emerged that Ismail Khani, the head of Quds Forces, was with Hassan Nasrallah. And then Iranian officials again have denied that report. But the rumors, the reports, the questions still remain there about particularly Khani's whereabouts. So then when Hashim Safiuddin, the top Hezbollah leader who was supposed to replace Hassan Nasrallah, has been killed days after that, then these reports emerged again that Ismail Khani was with him and has been killed with Safiuddin. But now, after nearly 3 weeks, he has done his first public appearance, and he has attended the funeral of Abbas Nir Furushan, who was the deputy commander of Quds forces and was with Hassan Nasrallah when Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated. So this is Khani's first public appearance. Yes, now it's confirmed that Khani is alive and is in Tehran. Khani is quite an important figure for Iranian security elites. So since his young ages, he has been a part of the Revolutionary Guards. Indeed, one of the key figures in establishing the Revolutionary Guards in Iran. And then in 97, when Qasem Soleimani, the late commander of Quds forces, has been appointed as the head of the Quds forces, Ismail Khani has been appointed his deputy. Then in 2020, when Qasem Soleimani has been assassinated by the US in Baghdad, in Iraq, then Khani has replaced Qasem Soleimani, and since then he has been quite actively involved in intelligence and military operations in Syria, in Iraq, and Lebanon. Yes, Khani is alive. However, that doesn't mean that this war is not costing Iran a lot. Since last year on, we have seen dozens of Israeli assassinations on the Iranian officials, particularly the top elite members of the Quds forces. We can easily say that this war that is ongoing with Israel is costing Iran its top military skills.
Russell Sadan, Tehran. Russell, thank you very much indeed.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Pamper your skin with 48 hours superior moisturization with new Dove body lotions, combining 6 benefits in one formulation for superior care. Get touchably soft, healthy-looking skin with Dove body lotions.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from...
You know, the other day, somebody asked me, what's be the best advice I could give people out there? And I tell them, say, make everybody run their own race in their own pace. So everybody destination they different and finish line not there for this life. Anytime you reach your own point of celebration, you can collect your own congratulations. So I beg, not try to play street and online pedestrians. So streets no get memory and pedestrians they move on. Do your best at all times and do it for yourself, man. I still say pressure to do unboxing video won't kill a lot of people. I beg, take time easy on yourself. Go work hard. I beg, life is too short. Someone on Ijaya one.
Oh my God, do am I?
NASA has launched
around 35. Siku hizi UGB siku hizi bana, ya kuangalia movie tu. Unajua shift ita change, itakuwa tactical. Pia kwa kazi. Ujue hiyo PTSD. ikikaa tu dunia ina balance population automatically. Date itakuwa inaisha. Oh. Kwa chai? Si iko sawa tu. Bora umeiosha juu juu. Kusave energy. Hiyo ndio inafaa. Niliona jamaa split sufuria into 3 sections. Ile zingine ni ya ugali. By the way tunafaa, unajua nafaa kureplace gas kabla Israel wafanye maneno. Aje ita affect kila kitu. Watu wakicheka tu. Unafikiria sasa watu wanajali.
I borrowed 15,000 Kenyan shillings and the monthly interest rate is 5%. I borrowed 10,000 Kenyan shillings and the monthly interest is 5.3%.
Weka ndani.
Look at me.
Iko
I
sawa.
borrowed 20,000 shillings.
Iko sawa tu eh.
1%.
Wekelea.
How can you have such a high loan amount and such a low interest rate? Because I use a formal
Watu wanaletea advert ya app ya kukopa do, acha nijaribu. Siku hizi siwezi ogopa ikipm watu.
Wow, 30,000 Kenyan shillings. Wow, 50,000 Kenyan shillings. Can you afford such a high limit? Don't worry at all.
Acha watumie kila mtu. Acha kuwa wamekutext. Waambie hata unijui bana. Waambie ni msee wa mayai na unauzanga mayai By the way.
I am so and so. Akanifikia tu lens.
Immediately. Na vile unaonanga hivi unasema hii.
Hiyo siku sijui mbona S400 hazikupita.
Mimi tu inaingianga kaa Truecaller ishasema. Okay, sina deni sahi anyway. Labda Tala. Hiyo kampuni sika bado inafanya kazi. Wekelea yote. Hujaienda India uone vile wana nini? Wanapika kwa street. Eat a lot of sugar. Tutapata sugar kwa madeni. Natoka kidogo anipate.
Jana nilikuwa nasikia tu kile. Karibu na kusuccessfully kujiamini.
Manze. Ai. Sawa watu wanapea 1K. 1000. kuita approval sasa. Kisha baadhi ya thing wanatumia hizo capabilities, hata sio hivyo. Same messages kwanza wanasoma. Wakona tool fulani wachukue hadi picha kwa nini yote. Under review. Okay. Kaa sana. Yangu itakaa hadi jioni. Unajua ilijaa jana usiku 76% sana. Ina reserve. Ungesema ni kwa ni alapi. Oh yeah, by the way. Unafungua dirisha hapa ya kichwa. Umesema wale masaiko walihamia hapa kale kadem. Wapi? Wanakwanga na kale kengine. That is better.
This is it. This is what I'm here for. Creativity and everything has to be different from every other person.
Let's get on the floor.
Sasa kama hakuna barabara, and I'm very sure sahi flights hakuna. Sahi hakuna. Batman, unaona ukipata nini? Unaona hapo hivi ukipata ukipitia quickmart. Ukipata ile offer ya 999. Chukua. Unaona kale hata kakibui kadogo nikasema. Hiyo kidogo. Sasa ndo nakushow wewe buy. Unaona kaa hiyo? It's very important. Ona mafuta yangu nilibuy April. Hiyo time nilikuwa nakaa na sister yangu inaisha haraka. But nilikuwa nimebuy mbili. Imagine ya April unajua imebaki quarter hiyo jarika. Na hakuna siku nakosa kufika. Most of the time daily. Sana sana usiku. Sorry, sisi usiku. Lazima chai. Hebu niambie kaa gasi yangu ishanga. Na ni 13 kg isha like every 6 weeks. 6 weeks. Ni hadi nashangaa kwani kitu inalika. 6 weeks maji. Haifiki 2 months. 13 kg Tangu ni ilikuwa mwezi wa 6 nimereplace mara 3. Hadi nashuku nikaa inaisha. Hadi nashuku kitu na ile. Ya kwanza, si nilikwambia ya kwanza kuna day nimesahau, nimelala. Nilikuwa nimepunguza hadi chini. Unajua iliwaka hivyo for 13 hours. Na hiyo siku hata sijui nimeoversleep aje. Niliboil chai, nikaenda bedroom kulala. Wewe unashangaa. hii ni kalamu. I think kuna vile wanaitumia kama wallet kukuta huku nyuma. Unaona kuta kama wallet hapa mbele. Hapo kuta iko hapa. I think hata hii kitu moja hii so itafika 10K juu ya hii wallet na so hata moja ni 15. Na watu wana nini kama ile ya hadi launcher zimefika kabisa ndani na like unaona display hii acha kazi hivi. Funika ndio nini? Raila tena ana support Adani deal. Au akufe kabisa. Hii ni pesa ngapi? Hiyo nataka kaa ushapata kazi ya 1200 USD. Wako saa ya telikuwa hiyo data inaweza kuwa ni ukweli. Data yake alikuwa kuanzia 19 kuanzia sasa utaexpect hayo, acha wewe. Kama hizi za Nairobi, kama hii ya nini ya inaitwaje, iko na around 20,000 customers, utaexpect haini atitokea. Sasa Kenya iko na 1000 na space, unasema nini?
amid the escalating tensions with North Korea. Seoul has alleged that Pyongyang has blown up sections of road connecting both sides of the heavily militarized border between the two Koreas. Now, South Korean military has claimed that it's conducted a counter-fire operation in response to North Korea's actions. The developments come a day after North Korean leader Kim Jong-un called a meeting with his top military and security officials. The meeting was attended by those officials and included the army chief as well as the Minister of State Security and Defence. As per reports, Kim set forth the direction of immediate military action and indicated important tasks to be fulfilled. The move comes as North Korea accuses the South of distributing anti-regime pamphlets using drones and mobilising troops along the international border. South Korea initially denied the allegations. Their Joint Chief of Staffs later stated that they could not confirm or deny the claims. North Korea on Sunday issued a stern warning and labelled the incursions as a military attack, heightening fears of escalation along the border.
Israel's military has launched strikes on eastern Lebanon as IDF claims to strike nearly 230 targets in Gaza and Lebanon over the past 24 hours. IDF says over 200 Hezbollah targets, including rocket launchers and anti-tank positions, were attacked in Lebanon, and dozens of Hezbollah gunmen were killed in clashes with Israeli troops. Which in Florida last week. Thousand children under 10 years of age with the second dose of the novel oral polio vaccination.
Can you use OBS as a video editing software? There's a few ways of doing this. If you set it up in the right way, you can actually eliminate the need for any type of video editing. So this is what I use, and let me explain how you can do this. Okay, so here's how you can stop using video editing software. If you plan and set up your OBS session in a way that lets you smoothly transfer between screens, cameras, scenes, and effects, you can do it. Let me explain exactly what I'm on about. If you've seen my other video before this one about explaining how to use OBS in under 5 minutes, I explained the scenes, sources, audio mixer, and the controls. Then I have a wide shot. In wide shot, I have a camera, HDMI camcorder, which is up there. So that scene has a shortcut key as well. I'll explain later on in the video about shortcut keys and 10 tips that you need to know to make your live stream or video recording really easy. So if I go F1, that goes to the main screen, which is this one here. If I go F2, it goes to the secondary screen. You go to F3, there's another screen, and then F4 shows my desktop. So these are all things that are very interesting and intriguing to be able to do in a live recording session. I'm actually recording this live onto my hard drive at the moment. So if you were to go to a twin cam or a different screen on this setup, what it allows you to do is put more things in. So you'll see in wide shot I had only Canon and HDMI camcorder. Twin cam I have Canon.
lakini si ata access tu tills, ana access tu tills. Kwani unataka kuoa? Si unakula? iPhone kama hii Samsung.
Camera, which is my DSLR as a webcam, which is currently being used here, there, so I'm not using it twice. You can't use it twice. HDMI camcorder, which is up here. I have a top-down HDMI view. How does this eliminate your need for video editing software? Well, let me show you how. I start my video recording process and I press start recording and I start speaking to the camera, and then I can actually clip. Well, you need to be quite good at doing like a live session. Think of it as every video is live. What you're doing and what you're saying is actually going down and being recorded. So that means you can't really edit stuff. So if you make a mistake, you'll have to edit the video. A lot of my videos, the past 200 to 300 videos, are recorded in this way, where I'm just saying what I want to say and it records exactly what you're hearing. So there's slight mistakes in there. I'm not too fussy, to be honest. If I'm teaching you something and it helps you, I carry on recording. So now I put that new one in as a chroma key effect, and see that subscribe button? In the same way as adding a subscribe button action, I can add in another video clip or a photograph, and that all allows you to, let me go to wideshot and explain this. So that allows you to add in multiple things in your stream as an effect. So in the same way, I can do a countdown timer, which I'll place right now there. So you see that countdown timer, I'm doing this live, so it's not edited. And then let me show you how I get rid of the green screen effect quickly. This is covered in my other tutorial, but I'll show you it quickly. So if I go to this, so okay, now I have this green screen effect here. But if you go into 5-minute timer here, right click on it and do filters, and effects filters, you can do an add chroma key effect, call it chroma key, okay, close, and now you'll see that timer's come up there. The third word is insane, and it's actually see-through. In the same way, you can have a subscribe button like I showed you a little while ago. I'm just clicking that in there. So I have multiple things in there, which means I don't need to edit. And because I have multiple cameras, that's even better, because what that allows you to do is you can use multiple cameras to switch between what you're showing. So that's an extra thing that you don't need timers editing for. So like, for example, all these cameras are recording live as we're speaking. I'm just switching between the cameras and they're all recording onto one file with the audio going in, which I explained in my earlier setup. I can't go too fancy with this, but you can do the main things that you'd like to do. And the main types of videos I do is talking shots, and I'm showing you examples. It makes it dead easy. I've got 3 cameras set up. One's facing down on my desk. When I'm showing an example of something, I can easily just do examples and show you everything I need to show you. And it's like, as it happens, you see it. So if there's a mistake that happens and I'm doing it, I can say, wait a minute, if you were to do this process, you might come to this mistake. So I prefer you to see the whole thing. So that's a bit more about OBS and diving into how it can stop your video editing needs to an extent. If you want to go really fancy, you might still need a video editor. Setting up OBS for recording is an essential part of making your workflow really streamlined. This next video shows you exactly how I did that and the steps. I'm going to get these OBS videos out to you, so I'll see you on that next one.
New Panadol Extra Soluble dissolves twice as fast versus standard paracetamol tablets.
To record your videos directly as one take, then this video is going to really be helpful for you. I'm going to explain all the settings you need to know to get a good quality video recorded onto your hard drive, which you can use to directly upload to YouTube, or if you decide to edit, you can edit in a different video editing software. I did explain in my last video, you don't need to video edit it if you want to take it out as one take, but let me take you to my screen and quickly show you OBS and how you want to get the best settings from recording. So in OBS, we've covered this in previous tutorials and kind of little episode chunks I've done. Let me show you the main menu. So in File, Settings is the main menu you're interested in, which is this one here. You'll see there's a few tabs there. I've got General, I've got Stream, I've got Output, I've got Video, Audio, and then I've got Video. So in these, the General tab I don't normally touch. Is a few options there. Stream tab I do look at because I YouTube live stream, so you can put your streamer key in there from your live stream dash. So if you go to YouTube Live Studio and do a live stream, it gives you a key. You can put that in there and then use OBS to control your cameras. I do that quite frequently. So apart from the stream, I have an output screen. The output gives you a few options. I normally choose, you normally get a simple mode here. I choose advanced mode, which gives me more options. In the streaming settings, it shows you what scale output is it. I do 1080p video. I have an intense graphics card which helps the encoding of my video. So in this drop down, you might not have this NVIDIA graphics card. I do. I use that. So when the video is recording on my hard drive, it's using the CPU, the central processing unit of my computer, as well as my graphics card CPU, so it lightens the load on my CPU so I can still do intensive tasks. Further down here, you can see the bitrate when I'm streaming is only 5,000 kilobits per second. You can make that higher if your quality of your internet is good. My preset here, I put on quality, not max quality, but I put it in quite high because I want that to get a good solid encoding done. If you put it lower, there's a bit more time it takes and a bit more processor speed it uses, and as it gets uploaded onto YouTube, the video quality won't be as good. And apart from that, recording, you can see here in this output recording option, I do a path for my folders. All my recording files, if I press start recording, as you see there, then that records to that location, and I've got an MP4 file here which I select from this drop down recording format. You can have these other formats. I choose MP4 because it's easier for me to handle. So that's that screen. Audio, you can see I have 256 kilobit bitrate for my audio, so it sounds like nice. Hopefully you can hear the audio and you can tell me if it sounds nice or not. And replay buffer, I don't normally enable that. This is if you're live streaming, you have like a replay buffer where you can rewind and watch more of the video. Audio wise, here you can see I have the sample rate at 44.1 kilohertz and stereo. Apart from that, the main settings I normally change is in video, because you'll see the base canvas I have set up as 1080p video. If your computer is not too high intense and you're not getting good video recording or streaming and it's missing rates, what you want to do is change that to 720p and see how it copes. I did a separate video about how to check if your computer can cope with live streaming and what kind of computer you need for live streaming or recording video. Either way, live or recording, you're using the same amount of power via OBS. Then I have common frames per second. I normally do 30 frames a second because I don't do any gaming, so I don't need it to be high, 60 frames a second or anything like that. And my normal downscale filter is bicubic sharpening scale. I've left that as that. That's nothing fancy. Something you want to think about is hotkeys. You'll see in my hotkeys, I have wide shot, which is referring to my scene. I have a key in there, an F1 key. The fourth word is your. What that's good for is if I press F1 now, that hotkey means I can switch over to this camera. If I press F2, it switches over to that camera. So that's what the hotkeys offers. You can put a key in there, whichever key you press while the live stream is running, you can actually switch to that camera or scene or desktop or whatever you're showing on that scene. Advanced options there's a few things there to look at, but I don't normally mess with that. So I normally do that, and that covers my settings for recording video. So when I do start recording, this will create a file, and that file is ready for me to use. And if you followed my guidance in the previous video that I spoke about how to make a video in OBS without having to use video editing software or making OBS your video editing software. It's really important to have the right settings set up when you're recording the videos. In this next video, I explain what the best settings are for OBS recording multiple camera feeds.
ये जुल्फ नहीं रातों का बसेरा है, कै दिन में आशिकों का सवेरा है, पीछा ना कर इस तरह से यहाँ मिट जाएगा वरना नामो निशान। नशीली है रात, नशीले जज्बात, नशे में है हम, अकल मुलाकात। नशीली है रात, नशीले जज्बात, नशे में है हम, अकर ले मुलाकात। बेताबियां बढ़
Nakwambia hizo temperature hata si dhati sasa. Sema umeonda pizza. Hii iko sawa bana. Unasema nini? Maze hii menu unaweza uza $100 huko West. Hii unaweka copyright bana. Tuko Mumbai. Tuke unafanya hivi shaisha. Bora hakuna physical report. Naongeza chumvi? My friend, you must be suffering. Hiyo chumvi yote. Kwa serious, Batman. Chumvi iko hapa. You need to be serious. Man, yani usikio chumvi lakini. Umeongeza ingine. That is the worst part. Wakufa vibaya ni. Sikia tu. Jamaa aliliwa na chumvi hata si marembo. By the way, menu imejua. Unaona hiyo kumix na mayai? Imeipatia different scenic inafaa kupewa jina kama Spanish hivi. Bado. Sikulangi mingi. Unaona mahali niko? Unakulaje faster hiyo? Unaona mahali niko bado? Nimekuwa kakuli fulani siku hizi. Eti Elon Musk alikuwa anaunda hypersonic jet ama ni propaganda? Huyo jamaa anaweza ingia defense industry aleta shida sana, anaweza leta shida.
Hey Africa, did you know that you can earn money from YouTube without being a YouTuber? Even in Africa, because we are neglected and thrown to the
In recent years, hypersonic flight has emerged as the next frontier in aviation, offering speeds that far surpass the capabilities of today's commercial aircraft. Imagine a world where a flight from New York to London could be reduced to just 90 minutes. This future might not be far off, as companies like Hermes, Strata Launch, and SpaceX work to push the boundaries of air travel. Hypersonic flight refers to speeds of Mach 5 3,836 mph or more, significantly faster than the typical cruising speed of commercial planes, which is around 550 mph. Several companies are currently in a technological race to achieve this ambitious goal. Hermes, a startup founded in 2018, is one of the leading contenders. The company aims to surpass the achievements of the Concorde, the
Hiyo nayo ni escalate. Hiyo nayo ni escalate. Hezbollah wanajiweza, so wangesema watume Gaza. Before the end of this week, hiyo showbiz tutakuwa tumepata.
Nitakupata. Kwa sababu sasa gari yangu imeharibika. Badala uniambie maneno mengine huko naongea maneno ya kijana. Sasa inanisaidia. Si badala unisaidie useme wainue gari yangu itoke. Sasa mimi na wewe nani anatoka? Para bila pesa kidogo.
One thing that every car owner should do.
Kuna pressure ukiona madem TikTok. Mm. Mm. Bado kuna kata hapo. Oh. Mbona gari wanauza hii USB? Wake tu Kenya shillings. Subaru VX 8293 dollars. 128, huh? 1.1 million and 50K. Hello. What's on my footprint? Okay. My baby girl. You want to make me a parent? And how I'm gonna do that? Yeah. I can do that, you want, like if I don't do that. Oe, natumiwa Subaru XT na sina pesa bana. Tujaze hido. Nangoja tu. Nangoja atume. Alafu tuambie pay or delivery. Batman, si uko na medical cover si nini? Tuende ucheck. Kwa nini unakula chumvi mingi bana? Hmm? Too much.
Than it is from the ground station. It's roughly on the order of 20 kilobits per second. If you compare that to your home internet,
I want to go serious with content. Una study mission alafu shida ni kusoma soma hizo stuff. Wewe utaongelea kitu yenye hujui. Kwani bado ilikuwa ina stream. Hii kitu ilikuwa ina stream the whole time. YouTube. Bana, unajua jana nilikuwa naweka live mission nyingine hapo. Sasa nimelala. So nikashat lapi. So hiyo time nimefungua lapi. Sikuwa stop stream. Time imekuwa ikistream blank page hizo masaa zote. Bado jua audio iko nini? Hadi saa hii. Mike inaenda hadi saa hii. Sina record. Itabidi ni